asked one of your... I'm just like constantly panicking right now that when I click this button, the stream's going to explode because I haven't tested this yet and I probably should have. Well, if I disappear, we know why. Well, that's good. I didn't disappear. Double Camp and Melancholy and Confetti. You want some good indie rock? Go listen to Max Seal. I didn't grow up with access to TV. Riddle? So I watched almost no TV as a kid. I didn't know that Beast Wars existed until whenever that Beast Wars Michael Bay movie came out, or whenever, I don't know if Michael Bay was making them at that point, but when they made a live action Beast Wars, I learned that existed. I watched Reboot as an adult and thought it was okay because my ex was very into it and would rewatch it, so I got it through osmosis through her. And then had this really weird moment when I saw the show finale for season 2, because I do remember sitting down to watch that with my ex because she wanted to show it to me. And that was odd because I had this like premonition of seeing that on TV at my grandma's house. Or not premonition, but what's like the term for like a flashback where you're like, I just unlocked a memory that I did not know I had. Absolutely watched that one episode of Reboot at my grandma's house, either recorded or live. I'm not actually sure, but it was a long time ago when I was deja vu. That's the word I was looking for. Where I was like, I've seen this before. What the fuck? And like remembered watching it on a CRT. But no, I was never, I never had TV because my parents didn't like TV. And honestly, as a kid, that sucked because it was like, there was all these things that the other kids talked about, but as an adult, I kind of thanked them. Like, I got a lot of things out of being a kid that some kids didn't, but yeah, it was also developed in Vancouver, and I've met most of the cast of it because I was involved in the nerd community in, like, BC for a number of years. Riddle. Like, I remember when they were trying to reboot it, literally, lol, and there was, like, this event thing that my ex dragged me to, where they were, like, trying to launch a Kickstarter or something for a reboot, and it never got off the ground. Anyway, I don't know even what that is, Riddle, so. Sometimes my Oma would come over and she would bring a tiny little antenna and plug it into our TV, and then we could watch Looney Tunes. Those were the cool days. Since we're talking about music, chat, I need to brag about something. These are the two albums I've been listening to the most recently. The first one is this. Picked this up 2 days ago. Ran through it about 4 or 5 times now. Suits the mood for the time of year. It still exists, Riddle. You just gotta dig for it. There's still creative people making good creative stuff. And it was when you were a kid too. You were just used to it. And this is an album I actually recommend. Although, their new stuff is a bit better produced. This is from 2016. Go listen to Dead Quiet. It's not that heavy. I mean, it's heavy, but like, it's not that heavy. It's all clean vocals. Like, this stuff's easy to get into if you like rock and roll. Listen to Dead Quiet. That's like an actual music recommendation for people that like heavier music. one of my favorite bands of the last 15 years, ever since I started going to shows, was a band called Hashtaroid. Hashtaroid put out an EP and an album, and then their drummer died. And then they fell apart, and then about 2 years later reformed into Dead Quiet. Except instead of just being a 3-piece, they have like 5 of them, and like they've added like a new musician almost every album, and the current lineup has like fucking synthesizers, 3 guitars, a drum kit. It is good shit. It is heavy as hell and loud and fun. It's just good rock and roll. It's good stuff. That's an actual music recommendation. How's the audio quality on modern cassettes? It depends on if it's mastered properly, like with anything. And the quality of cassettes has more to do with the tape player than the cassette. That's like asking what's the quality on the CD like. Well, what did they export it at? Did they export it like at a high bit rate? Well, is it well mastered? So if it sounds like shit, yeah, that's how you spell it, Riddle. But Dead Quiet is probably what you should just listen to. It's easier to get into than the old Hashtaroid stuff. How do I put this? If you listen to a CD and it sounds bad, it's because they put bad files on it. If you listen to a tape and it sounds bad, it's probably because it's poorly mastered, poorly recorded, or you have a shitty tape deck. Like I have a pretty nice tape deck. It's a vintage one. It's well made. It has good parts in it. I have a good amplifier. It's got good noise reduction. And if I'm listening to the few very fancy chromium dioxide tapes, they sound better than my record player. Normal tapes, as long as it's mastered well, they sound just fine. Absolutely fine. Sounds better than running it through Bluetooth. That's for sure. Certainly sounds better than Sorceress. Yes. It certainly sounds better than listening to Spotify and streaming it through like earbuds on Bluetooth. So, Streetlight Manifesto? Besides ska? I don't know. Hard rock, alternative, shrug. I haven't heard the words Streetlight Manifesto in a hot minute. In a hot minute. I feel like more people than ever are making good stuff, but there's also far more people making mediocre stuff, so it's harder to find. I think, here's my take, Crispy Lumps. And then after I finish this take, I will dive in. In media, when we were young, by when we were young, I mean when, let me try this again. In media, when we were young, and by we, I mean people that were born before 1999, more or less, the media that you had, the TV that you had, and the movies that you had were all pretty mediocre. And by mediocre, I mean they were just a thing that somebody made that they fired out into oblivion. It was a thing that was made for an approximate audience. It was made on a budget. It probably was pretty good for what they were trying to make. Probably didn't complete everything. And they more or less put together a relative approximation of what they were attempting to make. It wasn't pieced together from multiple parts. It was just one thing. And that thing was then sold to you. Be that a movie, be that a TV show, be that a book. Things would get pitched and accepted because somebody made a passionate pitch, and sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. I think a lot of media from that era is mediocre because a lot of it is, especially the straight to DVD stuff and the stuff that you would see on TV, was just a pitch that somebody was passionate about that got funded. Now, a lot of stuff that you see, especially the popular stuff, is not made by creatives. It's made by committee. It's the same reason I have a hard time getting into a lot of pop music that has 45 different writers on them, because it is fine-tuned to be as approachable for as many people as possible. And I'm not interested in that. I've never been interested in that. It's why I would rather play a somewhat broken, janky, weird game than playing a super polished game for everybody. It's the when something is for everybody, then it's for nobody. And now we are in an era of there is really good, interesting stuff being made. Where is it? On somebody's website that you rent. Like, there's interesting movies coming out. How do you see it? You go to the indie movie theater. How do you see it? You look at what's doing well on Sundance. Like, there are examples of movies, in my opinion, that are not made for everybody and are interesting, and most of them fall in the horror category. Made on smaller budgets, they're higher risks, but lower requirement for success. There's interesting people making interesting things. The creative mediums are very democratized, especially in the places that we find them, so it's very easy to end up with crap, and it's very easy to end up with popular crap, which is just so made by committee that it doesn't feel like it's made for anybody. You can still find good stuff. You have to put more effort into finding it than before, but it's still there. That's it. Let's play some video games. The worst thing that you can do is just be all woe is me that there's nothing good out there. Because it's there. You just might have to put a little bit of work into looking for it, and if you just, like, you know, open up Netflix or Amazon Prime Video and scroll by what's being watched, yeah, you're probably not going to find anything for you. Or maybe you'll find stuff for you, but you'll poke it full of holes and wish it was better. I feel like my chair's too far to the left. That's better. Couldn't, like, position my microphone right. Yeah, that feels better. All right. Welcome to Dwarf Fort, kids. The living dwarves in the fort currently are Hammerhead, Shrubbert, Snail, Gunmetal Unicorn Wretched, Leopold Elray 7, Ragnar, Mud, Ghosty, also hi Ghosty, Flicker Face, Flicker Free, not Face. Why did I read that as Face? Raditus, Ratus. We've got Ultra Despair, my mindset recently. Mac. We've got Tackler, Moreb, Gigmoth 409, Timmy, 3 Shells. They don't know how to use the 3 Shells, chat. They still don't. Speaking of good movies that are, like, not perfect, but great. Okay, I don't actually know what that dwarf's name is. Perch Perkins here. There we go. It, like, removed enough of the syllables in the reading, skimming through here that I lost it. We've got Timmy. Of course, we got the 3 Shells. We've got Dirty Bum, Grumpy. We got JJ, who's very happy. We got Alf, who's also thrilled with their life. Alf, I want to make into a Baron. We've got Rolf. We've got Union ID. We've got Fami Noir. Vervito. Oscar. Laya. Necron Tier. Judge. Rin. And Frisco Born. I think I spelled Frisco's name wrong. Dumbo. Nodokasa. Elfie Bean. He-Mans. Freeways. And I think that's just about everybody. We got Enemy down in the kids section. Puddle, the son of Mud. Daughter of Mud? Child of Mud. We've got Literan and Dwarf Poles. Now, Frisco, I think I spelled your name wrong. Yeah, Braun. It's supposed to be Born. As a reminder to everybody, Friday this week, Tarn Adams will be joining us on stream. If you have a question for him, yes, at Radbug is alive. You were just at the bottom. Yeah, right here. Rounded Palace is your name. You like spherical rooms, I suppose. This Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific, Tarn Adams is joining us on stream. We will be live answering questions from the community for like an hour and a half. if you would like to send a question for him to be asked potentially, I say potentially because I don't ask every question that comes in, there should be a link in the YouTube stream description, or on Twitch, type in !interview. Bearded happy if possible. I think you had a dwarf in this fort previously, so I'm going to call you Blue Ice, so I can distinguish. So I don't have a Ice Blue Ghost and an Ice Blue that I've already memorialized, and then go, why is Ice Blue Ghost here? I thought I memorialized you, but there was 2 Ice Blues, and I forgot about the second one. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He has a low sense of self-esteem, and he is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. He's very quick to anger and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He has a calm demeanor, and he tends to avoid physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He is often cheerful, and he remains put off by deliberate merrymaking. And he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He's not particularly curious about the world, and he tends to avoid crowds. He inhales sharply when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors, but grumbles only mildly at bad weather, and needs new gloves. He personally sees merrymaking as a waste, dislikes cooperation, and doesn't particularly value loyalty, and dreams of raising a family. He likes gypsum, plaster, as well as lead and bandfire opal, banded knifefish bone, and the color rose taupe, cabochons, warhammers, and the words of the satiny scribe, and the sight of the smile of skirts, when possible. Of course, he prefers to consume teff beer and absolutely hates toads. He has a he is broad-bodied. Why can't I read broad-bodied? He is broad-bodied and very fat. He has a scratchy voice and a long beard, which is braided. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and he has a very long mustache, which is neatly combed. He worships Anoth Kerlib, and you're a member of the Most Coven, which is the god of war. For relations, you just have some friends in the fort, but no known family that you've admitted to the existence of. Happy to help, Soundscape. Glad you like them. So I need to do a run through of this fort for me, because it's been a minute. This is the front door to the fort at the moment. It goes down in through this. Now, you might be like, that's just an open entrance through the through like the ocean. Yes, because I can pull one lever and instantly flood the entirety of it. Literally one lever. That's all I need to do. Pull one lever and this entire walkway is flooded. It is a snap. It takes a fraction of a second. Just bang, everything drowned. So, because we have that set up, I'm pretty confident in our ability to survive at the moment. Because of that, I've been digging. Now, the digging goes straight through the center of this fort, through several different little tunnels. But one of them goes all the way down, all the way down to here. And this place right here has this little walkway that kind of ends right there. Now, you might be like, what's this little square walkway? Well, you see, this, which is where my forges are, where we're making iron and steel and other various lovely materials, is one layer above the fun tube. So, we are going to dig down into that. And today, using the new siege equipment, I would like to invade hell. That is the plan. That is the fort. That is the thing. That's that is what we do. So now I have to ask chat, how was your weekend? What are you guys up to? Anything fun? Apologies for the slow start today. Wanted to babble. So yeah, that's the plan for today. But one of the things I got to do first is I got 190 dwarves. Moods aren't the best. As for the majority of the fort itself, it's kind of like this. This is where traders leave because they were getting ambushed by giant Kias, which live on the surface. This is most of the fortress. It's just kind of a thing like this. We got a bunch of dwarves that need bedrooms, so I'm gonna have to go make at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18, 19, 20. Let's just do 25 bedrooms. So that's going to probably be the next chunk of time here is just making 25 bedrooms. I'll probably just expand along this way and maybe make a way up into here or something. That'll be nice, I think. And make some more bedrooms like these. So that's probably the first thing that we got to do. The next thing after that I got to do is I just got to kind of, you know, make sure that things over here are running as intended. I mean, I do have these pigtail tasks which are running. I probably need some more farmers shops because as you can see, there's a lot of dwarves in here that aren't actually doing anything. So let's actually make a couple farmers shops and see if I can keep up with the pigtail needs. You designed an RC car. Hell yeah. Currently wiring it up. Do you do like enthusiast RC stuff? I remember once going camping. This is a thing from YouTube chat. I remember once going camping years ago, and there was a guy with a nitrous-powered RC car, and I thought it was the coolest fucking thing I'd ever seen. Like as a 12-year-old, that was genuinely like, you can do that. Babbling was fun. Thanks for the 55th month with Prime. Welcome back, man. No one goes mad and pulls that lever. If a dwarf goes mad and pulls it, that would be a new mechanic I've never encountered before. However, ghosts can pull levers, gremlins can pull levers, and dwarves could go mad and break the lever, which might actually be worse. Well, then I would just have to go in and hook it back up, but that would still be pretty bad. Like, you wouldn't want to have that happen. I'll be completely honest, I have no idea, but probably pretty fast, if nothing else. Down here is my prison. So I do have a relatively new little prison here, but unfortunately I don't really have any injuries. I do have some injured parties here with no witnesses, so if I go and interrogate Laya, who's the one witness to that injury, maybe we can go figure out who did some of that there crime. And while you do that, I'm going to dig some new bedrooms. And here's hoping we get some sort of, like, new information stuff. I was kind of... Because, like, I usually just, like, send Tarne, hey, like, when do you think would be a good time for another interview? And he's almost always like, oh, you know, we're, like, right around the time we're going to announce something. And, like, at the beginning of the month when the Future of the Fortress stuff came out, he did say that they were prepping some more stuff and hoping to have more concrete information by the end of the month. So I'm really hoping that Tarn picked a day where, like, he's going to announce something right around that time. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. We get some new announced stuff right around that time, because that would be nice. Or at least, like, an idea of what to expect next. And I'm also trying to get us a guest where, if that happens, I will be very excited. I don't know about you guys, but I'm trying to get a guest who's a relatively well-known podcaster in the video game adjacent space. So I will be quite excited if he's able to make it, but we'll see. Going on a 40k narrative game yourself? A 40k narrative game? What's a 40k narrative game? You mean like just tabletop RPG kind of stuff? Or playing different rules with 40k pieces? I don't actually know what a 40k narrative game means in YouTube chat. Is there anything that you guys in particular, chat, are looking to hear from Tarn or are curious about where things may go? Because that I'd like to know. How you guys are feeling currently. What you guys are looking for, hoping to see, hoping to hear, expecting even. Sierra's, what a year this has been for DF fans. No, absolutely. I mean, I've done these like annual recap videos before. We're in an ad break, so the save was at a perfect time. I'm going to pause when it's done. There we go. Tarn is he coding that now? Putnam working on the raw rewrites is the prerequisites to be done for the magic stuff. So the way he talked about it in the past was he would disappear for a long period of time and spend like, I don't know, a year or two rewriting all the raws so they could make magic. Putnam is just quietly doing that behind the scenes. So that. You know, I feel like every single time I do that, or every single time I do one of these interviews, Crispy, I get like half a dozen questions asking that very thing. And it's always it's just a matter of when I get around to it. It's almost always what Tarn's response is. And like, it makes me a little cranky whenever I hear that response because it's like, come on, like so many people want it. Just like, give the people the dumb, maybe not dumb, give the people the thing that they want, what make the game pretty. Because that's all it really is to me, is it's just like, I feel like it's a little silly that that's taken so long to be re-added, just in case I want to put a hallway here. Like, genuinely, like, it bothers me too. I don't know if I'll ask him this time, though, because, like, it's non-consequential, but it is. Or inconsequential, yeah, you're right. Like, it's not game-breaking or anything, but... bleh. I mean, I don't have a list of questions to ask yet. I guess, like, I'm curious to talk with him about, you know, like, the changes of, because, like, I always try and write my own questions for him, and I haven't done that yet. I'm going to kind of do that as I go through this week, but, like, I'll spend some time doing a little bit of that and thinking about it tonight. But, like, for me, it's mostly just whenever there's an update, I'm always curious to talk to Tarn about his takes on the current state of the game and, like, what he likes or doesn't like about a recent update cycle. So, like, the thing that you need to remember is, like, I've done a lot of these interviews with Tarn where I've talked with him a number of times, and I always feel like I'm bragging when I say that, but, like, it's just we've been doing this a while. Like, I think the first one we did was in 2020, so, like, it has been a while. And most of that time was spent before the Steam version had released. So most of that time was spent talking about the Steam version, and then stuff that was so far off, it didn't matter in reality. So because of that, it's been interesting and exciting for me to just talk about relevant things, because previously it was always so how are the menus coming along, and then it's Tarn talking about, like, well, you know, moving stuff around, and then we just talk about magic or stuff that's, like, very far away, because, like, there was the stuff that Tarn was actively working on was much less interesting. So now that, like, that period of time is kind of further along, it's easier to get excited about that stuff, I guess. Ramp hallway? Yep, I'm doing them 2 layers at a time. I like making stuff that's more than 1 level. So, like, this is the upper level, and this is the lower level. So it's a ramp hallway, and the upper level will have more bedrooms. Just gives me more space to work with. So many perfect circle rooms. They're not hard to make. Oopsies. I need to go here. I need to go... here and grab that. Like, it's literally just, say, 7 by 7. Do that. Do that. Circle. Like, let's do a slightly bigger one. Let's go like just that. Very easy. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. Circle. Like, making circles is super easy. Most of the downsides that I've encountered with ocean embarks aren't downsides to me. Like, I think the main one was you don't get visitors. I disable visitors on everything and never get visitors anyways, so that's not a downside to me. The other one that I've encountered that I've heard people complaining about is lag. They don't lag for me. So if there are downsides, they're not things that I've been bothered by, I guess. So maybe? Nothing that really bothers me, though. How was my weekend? I mean, if you want the full story, I would actually recommend rewatching the VOD because I reinstalled my OS 3 times. Twice. Actually, not 3 times. That's an exaggeration. But felt like 3 times. But the good news is I have multiple functioning audio inputs now in OBS. Turns out it's a bad idea to walk into your drivers in Linux with a shotgun, which I kind of did. Like, I couldn't get things working and was annoyed, so I just, like, broke stuff until I broke enough stuff that I reinstalled my OS. But it works now, so it's fine. And also, I have a new M.2 drive as my main drive now. I guess my home directory. So there's that too, because I had that sitting on my desk for a while and hadn't done anything with it yet. And I was like, well, good a time as any. Actually, don't know how I ended up with a marble block, because I disabled them making those into blocks. They shouldn't be able to make those into blocks. Must have been frustrating? Frustrating, no. Time-consuming, yes. I mean, it was a lot of time spent backing stuff up. What was frustrating was the fact that I couldn't run OBS and Discord and be in a call at the same time unless I launched Discord, started a call, did an audio check, deafened myself, and then stayed in the call for the entirety of the time I was streaming. Otherwise, I would have to restart my whole computer. But what had happened, as I understand it, was I was on a non-rolling distribution, so the main version number for the distro wasn't updating, but software was updating around it, and so I had stuff get out of sync, and stuff stopped working entirely, which I was kind of aware of and should have fixed a while ago, but didn't. So it's kind of on me. Because I'd been lazy and was putting it off. And so it just kind of lit a fire under my ass to, like, get it done. Because, like, I wanted to edit a video yesterday. I actually have, like, I have, like, what do you call it? A kind of a year in review video planned, just like my face looking at a camera, talking about the year. And I wanted to do that yesterday, but I wanted to get the audio working first because like that was the priority, because like having Tarn on stream later in the week. So I was like, well, I'll mess with the audio until I fix that, and then I'll record and edit this video. And then I was messing with audio and then OS installs and backups and stuff from 11 in the morning until about 1 a.m. I'm still on Mint, yeah. No, I didn't switch distro. I'm just on a fully up-to-date, fixed install of Mint instead of a somewhat busted is the wrong way to put it, instead of like a desynced installation. I've messed with other distros. I like Mint. I'm just gonna stick with Mint probably, at the very least for my main distro. I have almost no interest in moving to others. I've tried half dozen on my laptop as I've had free time and the willingness to mess with other things, and I could see myself going to just plain old Ubuntu, but like, or just stock Debian, but Mint is easier, so probably sticking with Mint. The best distro is the one that you know the best that breaks the least. Well, actually, the best distro is the one that you have the most fun messing with, if it breaks. I'm not much of a distro hopper, it turns out. I didn't think I would be, but I'm not much of one. I don't find switching distros constantly to be particularly fun. I'm much more of a, I just want to find one that works and figure out how to keep it working. So, no, this was me fixing issues that I'd been aware of for a while, that I knew I needed to fix for a while, and I just hadn't. Okay, so I've got a criminal, which is Ubel, my leather worker, for disorderly conduct. 2 cases. And I interrogated Laya, but no new information. Yeah, I don't know who we have no witnesses for who tantrumed initially, which is a bit unfortunate. Also, I've got a strange mood. Shit. Let's fix that. Got steel bars and rough citrines. Where's metal? Yeah. Rough gems, got it. Bones. Okay, we'll butcher something. We'll butcher something. And geld a cat, as you do. Use Ubuntu at work because you have to. You've just ended up swapping everything else to Ubuntu to avoid mentally swapping between distro whenever you change device. I think, like, for my... How do I put this? For on the desktop, especially my work desktop, I just want something that isn't going to break itself, that I know how to fix if I break it, and I'm not going to break it frequently. And that turns out, apparently, is Debian-based OS's, specifically Mint. Mostly because their documentation's so good and their forums are great. I don't need things to be 100% optimized or cutting edge or top of the line or most recent and optimal. I just need my computer to run. And, you know, it's better than Windows. So let's go with Captain of the Guard. Let's see what's going on with you. So you are in prison. This dwarf, she is married to Timmy. And she's the oldest looking 45-year-old I've ever seen. I'm gonna lock this door because she's slowly going nuts and actively causing damage to the fort. I feel bad. I always do. I swear, definitely. But there's nothing I can do. I am, however, going to satisfy this Sunny Hall, this Farmers Guild, and we are going to make a guild hall for it real quick. Although I need to figure out where to put it. Actually gonna pause 2 of these. So I just make rock blocks. Because I need to find a place to put a guild. I might make this into the guild, actually. This currently is just a barracks. But I just want to satisfy that guild without pissing off my dwarves. So I'm going to remove this from the barracks, make the barracks just the other half. And I'm going to real quick Make a new meeting zone right here. Set this up as a guild. For that farmer's guild. And then move it later. I don't have enemies on hard on this fort, but I do have the economy on hard, which makes things require much higher value. So by default, guild halls require 2,000 value. But because I have a... Oh, geez, I've agreed to build a grand guild hall. But because I have a value of... Do I already have one for the... Hold on. But because I have the economy on hard, the armors. Oh, I do. Okay, hold up. Got this. The drinks of spring. Because I've got the economy on hard, it requires 6,000 value for the base tier, and higher value for the, it's like 30,000 for grand guild halls. What are you? It's a bulky copperite gauntlet. Okay, we'll throw that in there. So I actually have to make sure that the value of these rooms is quite high. I've done it. You need a lot of pumping. It will replenish, but if you have enough pumps, you can absolutely drain them. I've done it. You need water, lava, and then don't puncture it. The better question, though, is why do you want to do it? Is the next Tim? Is Timmy the next Tim? Chat insisted on me naming it Timmy because Tim died, yes. I don't know what the next Tim means, though. Early work day. Yay! Arcmaster, thanks for the 37th month. Chat, can I get a round of beers? By the way, I don't have notifications today because I wasn't able to get those functioning. There's a few more things I need to fix in OBS. But it's what it is. Because you sort of have a surface volcano and your magma supplies the defense feature. Yeah, no, they don't refill that quickly. So if you're punching a lot out of this, pumping a lot out of the surface, it might refill slowly, but it will refill. If like that's the concern about them refilling, they will in fact refill. Inventory and rose quartz rock crystal's pretty low value. Emerald cut alexandrites. Wow, those are cool. Fire opals, garnets, zircons, spinels, flash opals, clear glass. Let's throw one of you in because those are just nice to look at. And then grab you. Let's see what else can I throw onto this. Why don't I throw the artifact mug into here? Throw a couple of these in. Throw a little pattern of engravings into the middle. So this morning when I woke up, for those of you who don't know, I got some new neighbors right next door to me. I had one neighbor when I first moved in here, and I've only ever had that neighbor, but I've got a new neighbor now. Because I woke up this morning to the sound of them arguing. Not super loudly, but like, it was a new sound, so my brain doesn't tune it out yet. And I was just like, I get to hear drama through the wall now. Excellent. Are they a horse? If they argue enough, they might get horse. Pressurizing lava is very much not a mechanic, but it can sort of be done as an unintended side effect of filling a lot of pumps up with lava and then emptying them really quickly and suddenly. And that artifact has begun, by the way, so we will be getting that in a moment. A jagged steel low boot, of course. All right. This is a jagged steel low boot named Igathagud Nam Zamunuth. It is a jagged steel low boot, and it's been claimed as a family heirloom. I'm just going to throw it onto this display because that will solve this. But man, I keep getting these intricate, jagged, like I haven't had a non-varied artifact yet, and that's kind of a bother. Hey, Bioactive, how you been, mate? That is like one of the oldest exploits in the game, but don't tell people about it very much, Tibe. Like, don't spread that knowledge because one, yes, it's a massive exploit, and two, I kind of think it ruins the game for some people. So be like cautious about spreading that one. And don't thank me for it ever again. That's all. Investments are open, by the way, for those of you who care. You woke up from your Christmas party last night? Like, oh God, why did I wake up today? Kind of wake up, or like that was a fun night kind of wake up. Like good wake up or bad wake up, if you know what I'm saying. I think like a lot of Debian systems are designed to be stable. Like, at least from my perspective, that is like the point. All right, so I've satisfied my farmer's guild now. Good, good, good. So now that I've done that, let's get back to bedrooms. Which means I'm hoping that I've caught up with... Let's see actually how many we have. No, not many. Mostly just kids now to get beds. New construction doctrine, dig first, haul second, only begin other tasks after the boulders are hauled out. There is a player-made challenge from ages ago, which is the only boulders you're allowed to use are the ones that you craft, and you have to use all boulders instantly. Yeah, I don't know. Not really for me. I'm good. Pretty hard pass on that. Like, I think... Like, you can do that, but realistically, all that means is, like, lots of really, 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 really big stockpiles just constantly hauling. That's all it actually means to me, and I'm not a huge fan of that. I mean, I do it sometimes, but... I mean, heck, I might even do it in this fort, but... All the time? Otherwise, you'll drown your fort with hauling jobs because of rampant plus-sized expansion. Do you have a large number of children in your fort? Because, like, what you could do is you could go to haulers, only select to do this, select certain dwarves that you want to haul, and then get the kids hauling, and then enable it to everybody when you need suddenly to get a lot of hauling jobs done all at once. And the rest of the time, just don't worry about it. Like... I don't know. Just kind of makes sense to me. You don't need DF hack to make it invisible, Baron Balloon. You click this button, and then you click this button, and then you click and drag. You don't need DF hack to do that. If you're using DF hack to do basic in-game mechanics, you should turn off DF hack for a while. It really is. Riddle. It really, really is. That exploit was talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, Mitaro. Here. I will show you once. Okay? And then after this, I won't show you again. Go to the surface, click drag a farm. When you go underground, and there's a place where a farm could theoretically live, it'll appear. Watch me like have explored every single area in the map and this not actually be a really good experience, including areas you can't see. There we go. So as long as there's dirt there, it'll place farm plots. Even if you can't see it. Now you know. Do not spread the forbidden knowledge. Speaking of forbidden knowledge, now that chat actually said the whole boulders thing, all these boulders are starting to not irritate me, but like, I do kind of want to just get them all in there so that I can just use the ones that are close by. So I'm just going to do this. I'm going to be like, how many wheelbarrows are in this? 15? Give me 30. It's been wiped from your brain until just now. It's been in the game as long as the game has been 3D and can't be removed from the game until the map rewrite. I do hope they fix that one, though. The smelting loop exploit? I mean, a lot of that stuff's been patched, actually. If you're talking about, like, metal duping, like, a lot of them have been patched. Some of them still work. I don't understand why anybody would actually metal dupe, though, but that's just me. Like, I know how to do it. I have zero desire to ever do it. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's like the people that insist on chopping down every single tree on the map every year. And it's like, and then wonder why the elves get upset at them. It's like, well, if you're doing the things specifically that they tell you not to do and you wonder why they're mad at you, I think I figured out your problem. But, like, if your intention is to specifically troll the elves, then go with Armok, I suppose. But, like, I don't... There's some things that people do in this game that I don't understand the appeal. Like, the insistence on using certain exploits and stuff. It's like, I mean, okay. You play your game, that's not how I play. It's not how I want to play. It's not fun for me. I'm going to slaughter a bunch of geese. We're about to get hit by an ad. I will pause the game during the ad break and then unpause when the game is done. From 8 years ago about it, Dwarven Plot Radar? You're not actualing me. Like, I remember people talking about that on the Bay 12 forums in 2009. That's a very old exploit, yes. You're not actualing me, don't worry. 8 years ago is like a recent for Dwarf Fortress. But I try not to spread it because, like, it's one of those ones that, like, not a lot of people know about. Even though, like, it does pop up from time to time. Because, like, I don't know. I don't... Exploits that actively make the game worse aren't good to spread, in my opinion. It's like, if you want to cheat, just cheat. $700 pale metal? Oh, I see. Like, you're talking about metal duping? Yeah, I mean, I guess. Like, if that's something that gets you through your day, then more power to you, I suppose. I don't have any interest. Dwarves are just hauling at the moment. I'll just let them haul. If something interesting happens, I will pause. I'm also actually just going to queue up some wheelbarrows. What bars do I have at the moment? Bill and wheelbarrows it is. I'll leave the game paused. You liked the idea of a holy empire? Totally. I could tell you that there was a legitimate way to get divine metal without duping it in pretty large quantities. But I'll let you figure that out. Ratchet. How long has Dwarf Fortress been around? It's the 20-year anniversary this summer, is it not? Like, August 2026 will be 20 years. At least of the public releases. "24 years of development, I think." Yeah, because the first release version of Dwarf Fortress was 2006. YouTube chat says, how long has Dwarf Fortress been around? If 8 years is still young. Yeah, like... The first it's almost the same. It's almost rather Roblox is only a few years younger, or is only a few months rather younger than Dwarf Fort. Roblox beta launched in September 06. Dwarf Fortress, the first playable version, was released for free on the Bay12 website in 2006. And is it a big deal if you know how to play the game, Clem Hazard? No. But, so Clem Hazard says, is that exploit even a big deal anyways? If I want to dig down to make a cavern fort, I'm going to immediately dig down to see what's there anyways, or use DFAC and retire without saving if you don't like it. Is it a problem if you're experienced with the game and already play it? No. Is it bad for the first thing to pop up be a major game-breaking exploit that hasn't been fixed in like 15 plus years? Bad? Yeah, so people like me, I try not to talk about it or bring it up often. It's also why I try not to use a lot of exploits. One, because you don't need to. And two, because I don't feel like I'm playing anymore. You know, it's like, at the end of the day, this game having a positive reputation and doing well benefits me financially. That genuinely is the truth. I had somebody being a little odd at me on social media the other day about how, like, I'm like, basically just insulting me more or less, but like, saying that everything is all about the money for me, the way that I talk, and I don't agree with that. I think I'm just realistic, where it's like, in any business, you need to be relatively savvy, I guess, about how you run your business. And for me, promoting things that make the game look bad makes the reputation of the game not great. I mean, one of the reasons that Dwarf Fortress has such a wide, deep, like, reputation, Small Bean Lad, I was supposed to name you. The giant raccoon has not been available since it first arrived in the fort, literally. So, Small Bean Lad, please ask for literally anything else, or I'll refund that. In fact, I should just eat it so people stop asking. Anyways. I think, like, to a degree, I am a unofficial spokesperson for this game, and I should try and present it in the best light. Because if I'm always going on about things where this game is broken, where specifically you kind of need to look really closely to actually find them, I think it just makes things worse. I should join officially? So you'd want me to be like state media? You know what's funny? I applied once. Actually, twice. To work at KitFox. But got denied both times. I'll have you know I'm quite tall. Thank you very much, Suited. certainly. Do whatever you like, which is why I don't mind talking about them, but I try not to emphasize my gameplay around them. Vergard, if that makes any sense, or Vega in YouTube chat. Yeah, absolutely. Like I've talked about this a trillion times, it feels like. I'm going to refund the thing that Small Bean Lad requested because they requested it 18 minutes ago. I completely missed it, and they requested something that wasn't available, so I'm just going to refund it for them. I'll give them something for free if they pop back up in chat, but like I really should just eat the raccoons so that people stop asking for it. But oh well. It was named like within 90 seconds of arriving in the fort. I'll be completely honest. J-Mega, as a content creator on the internet, I kind of hate the Spiffing Brit. Because a lot of the time, when he makes videos about video games, totally fine. When he makes videos about YouTube, or platforms like YouTube, what happens is, video releases, the thing immediately gets fixed, and the people behind the scenes who knew about it can't do it anymore. And then people tell me to do the thing that Spiffing Brit talked about 4 years ago for the next 10 years. Like every now and again, I'll have people who tell me like things that Spiffing Brit did in like a live stream or something like years ago. And they're like, oh, did you know if you do this, it'll like favor you in the outcome? It's like, no, that was fixed like within minutes or hours of his video being uploaded. It's just, it drives me nuts. But he's fine. Absolutely, Rum Rusher. I mean, you are 100% like one of the most scientists in like Dwarf Fortress, period. It's kind of wild. I feel like there's a burrow on, but there isn't. I didn't turn off hauling, did I? No, I didn't. I was kind of like, hold on a second, did I? Did I? Everybody does this? Away. What's this? Ah, my Metalsmith's Guild needs to be grand. Where was my Metalsmith's Guild? That's my Armorer's Guild. It's the Craftsdwarf's Guild. It's a temple. Is that it? The Sienna Diamonds? There it is. It's almost there already. Easy peasy. That giant stockpile is my quantum stockpile intake. Yeah, with a bunch of wheelbarrows connected to it, so it's distributing quite quickly. I think, like, if somebody...
Cheese for everyone!
Yes. Here's a way for me to describe exploits in Dwarf Fortress that I feel good about, now that I've been thinking about it for a minute. Exploiting exploits as an individual player, totally fine. Stumbling on exploits as a way to discover a game, for me, kind of sucks. And if it sucks for me, it might suck for somebody else. So I try to show the game in ways that I enjoy playing it, and not in ways that I don't enjoy playing it or seeing. And it depends on the exploit. You know, I use quantum stockpiles all the time. If you consider that an exploit, that's an exploit. That's where I'm at. If you seek them out and use them, have fun. Enjoy your game. And I hope that it improves your experience and gives you what you're looking for. But for me, it takes away a little bit from a game, especially if that's my first impression. And because I'm a lot of people's first impressions for this game, I try my best to present it in a way that I would want to see it as a first impression. That's more or less everything there is to it for me. Yeah, I mean, I would also place an argument that in regards to things that are indistinguishable from in-game features, Baron Balloon, are things like quantum stockpiles and heck, I don't use them because I find them annoying, quite literally. I find them like less convenient than just normal power generation, but like infinite power generators are another one that like I find them more annoying than not, so I don't generally use them. But like those are also like a cool player creation by all counts, right? Like I think they're kind of cheesy and I find them tedious to set up and annoying when they break. Whereas like I would rather just run some water from A to B because I actually find that easier to deal with and more useful in the long run. But like that would be an example I would say actually of like something where I'm like, yeah, no, that's like indistinguishable from a game feature and like totally fine either way. You'd accept the blind dwarfaganda. I don't want to be a propaganda outlet. But then I would have to just be like, this update's great, this update's great. What do you mean there's a bug that makes people drink in slow motion and they're all dying of starvation because they can't drink fast enough? This update's great. I don't know. There's a part of me that wouldn't mind being like official spokesperson thing for Dwarfort because frankly, having a salary would be nice. But at the same time, actually having health insurance would be nice. But at the same time, I kind of like being independent, not having deadlines, not having to make stuff. I can just kind of make stuff when I want to. There's certainly benefits to that. And that's certainly been the direction I've been leaning, especially as of late. At this point, like, I think the only thing that I really kind of miss about having a normal job was health insurance. But that's just because my don't die medication and prescriptions are more expensive than my rent was when I first moved out. A tactician. I will not find you a tactician because that is way too specific a skill. Do you want a military dwarf? I can give you a military dwarf. But tactician is like way too specific. I would not ask that question. You could submit it, but I won't ask it today. That's not okay. So, beard or no beard? Do you have a job you would like? I'm not going to sort by specific skills, mate. I'm waiting for a response. You didn't answer my question. You literally just reiterated what you just said. What would you like, Elf Poles? Also, because it's not up to Tarn Tibet. It's up to Kit Fox. Dying in slow motion? Well, I mean, not the siege update, but the update cycle before where they added the dies. Like the first 2 days or something, dwarves were like just randomly standing around and starving to death because for some reason they were eating and drinking at 1/100th of the speed and they couldn't actually eat or drink fast enough to quench their thirst. Any dwarf that is available in the military cut. Verdant Beast Kung Sosum Patsumu Zalspu has come, a great feathered lacewing. It has a short horn and it undulates rhythmically. Its green feathers are long and narrow. Beware deadly blood. So this one can actually get to me. However, I think the gate is closed to this cavern lair. Sorry for being a bit of a tit when it comes to being annoyingly specific about what you want, but like I'm just searching by tactics. There's only one skill specific that I could do with that, and like that's way too specific. I can give you a captain, no. Iffy spiffy. I assume this is a spiffing Brit reference. Does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs. Sounds like a dwarf. Is always tense and jittery and never feels discouraged. You should drink less coffee, dwarf. And has a great aesthetic sensitivity and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has little experience and he has little interest in joking around and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Yeah, I will search by job, but I won't search by specific skill, because otherwise then I get people asking me for dwarves like, you know, a dwarf with high comedic skill. It's like, okay, at this point I literally have to just like download like Dwarf Therapist to search that detailed, and I'm not willing to do that. You did see Swifty die, which is unfortunate. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is trusting. He often bites his nails when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world. He greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. He likes nice and silver and melanite as well as phantom spider silk. I will say we've had a lot of die-off in the military from Forgotten Beasts, so if you die suddenly, don't be too surprised. When possible, prefers to consume maize beer and tomatoes and absolutely hates large roaches. He is short and obese and has his very long beard is braided and his sideburns are clean shaven. He has a wife named Rigoth and a rather large family, as well as his marital grandmother who's in the fortress named Laia. He's got 3 different aunts. One of them is a child, and a decent-sized family. Welcome to Fort. A noble death. Damn right. Speaking of, what is my manager up to? Actually, just gonna take you off of mining. Pause you, pause you, pause you, and just let them work on this. Whoa, speaking of, Dwarf was found dead dehydrated. Oh no, what happened to you? Well, that's grim. Anyways, I did lock them in there if you missed it earlier. I locked this dwarf underground. Hey, Taco Sunday. Yeah, we're doing the question submissions for the interview. Such a shame. They were tantruming and were kind of pissed off, and I wanted to just get rid of them, so I did. There we go. That'll get constructed pretty quick. Also, let's check cloth. Cool. We are clearing through that pigtail cloth pretty quickly. Weave thread into silk. What were you supposed to be? Clothing. Are you thread? Yeah, you are. No one food and watered them? Yeah, because I locked the door so that they wouldn't. They were causing a lot of crimes in the fort, and it was becoming a pretty major liability, so I figured I would just deal with it. Speaking of dealing with it, I'm gonna make some more tables. How you doing, Smexy? By making tables, I mean I'm placing the ones that I made because I've made them. No dwarf is going to be able to complain about a lack of tables in a minute. And yes, I'm aware that they're made of lead and very heavy, but we had a lot of lead, okay? And the enemy can't, like, claim that we're letting them in the wrong direction. Or rather, that we've led them in the wrong direction. That's really what I should have said, because that would have made more sense. Historically for the Dwarf Fortress community, yeah. In current day, all that's really gonna do, like, if they're part of your faction, it will lower your reputation with your faction and increase the odds of them becoming part of your fortress, because if a dwarf in your fort earns that rank, then you have to manage them and then kill one of your dwarves. If they're not part of your fort and they just leave after a while, that's fine. If they're part of your fort and they're satisfied and you've given them everything that they require, they actively benefit your fort and literally just require you automating like 2 or 3 jobs to satisfy. I don't fully understand the hatred of the like 10 seconds of work you have to do to satisfy a noble. I've personally never found that to be like an annoyance, period. Like I think it's like kind of a fun little side activity to do, is like satisfying nobles. I know some people really dislike it. Are you weird for it? I think that you're weird that you're asking if you're weird, because if you're asking if you're weird, you already know that you're weird. Otherwise, like, it's just your gameplay style. I wouldn't play the game that way, because having nobles is a good thing, because it makes your dwarves happier. And generally my goal is to try and keep my forts happy. I also enjoy the process of satisfying nobles, so I don't know, you're actively making the game harder for yourself. Well, you could just ignore the requests for anvils, Aguelithian, and then your captain of the guard, if you have one, will arrest 1 dwarf per month, or 1 dwarf per season that the request is failed, and that provides no negatives that don't, or rather, no negatives that are outweighed by the positives. So if a dwarf goes to prison for violating a production order, every dwarf in your fortress that likes obeying the law gets a happy moodlet. If you satisfy it, then your noble gets happy. Every dwarf that doesn't like the law gets an indifferent or maybe sort of negative moodlet. So you still are getting more positive moods than negative moods. Any dwarf that talks with the noble gets a positive mood, because they can yell at somebody in charge. I don't see the issue, though. I mean, I wouldn't do that because I would probably honestly just let the dwarves arrest the dwarf that violated the production order, because like literally that's not a negative. I guess I'll put it this way. For me personally, the dumbest thing about this game, the hardest thing for me to cope with as somebody who's played this game for so long, are the people who still claim that the only way to play is the way people played in 2008. Yeah. Completely true. In regards to what was said about the rumors that Riddle said. In 2008. Still kind of true. I mean, maybe if they banned socks. But, like, okay, if they ban socks, then regicide. But every noble? Like, how are you... You're not exporting every single object in your fort every year. Like, what? I don't know. Y'all are strange. This is a forgotten beast that I'll probably ignore. It's named Naya Onyamira, and it is a towering ankylosaur composed of onyx. It has a long curving horn, and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its webs. Yeah, I will ignore it from where it is. That's a cool looking beastie, though. People just stuck in their ways? I think it's kind of like buying GF in RuneScape. It's just kind of a thing that people did at one point because at one point RuneScape didn't have a lot of content. And so there weren't a lot of things to do and not a lot of ways to make money in the game. And people got bored. And when people get bored in a game, they just go figure out other ways of making money. There was a point in Dwarf Fortress's history where nobles were really fucking annoying. And there are some people that either never realized that the game got updated and a lot of the things that they found annoying about them are no longer relevant, or they just never stopped playing that way. Or they read that someone plays that way from a very old post and regurgitated it, or they read that someone played that way and so they keep playing that way. Or they read an old guide or watched an old guide or something out of date. And yeah, I mean, there can be positives to killing a noble. I've done it. More than once. Do I do it in every single fort for all occasions? Fuck no. Most of the time, I just satisfy their needs, regardless of how many I have. Because having them happy is a better will lead to easier management for your fort than having none. Like, literally, it is easier and more convenient to manage a couple of nobles than it is to manage the alternative. And their question is, are they weird? Well, no. But if you play that way every single time, isn't that a little boring? If you play that way every single time, don't you get tired of just running the same strat every time? If you play that way every single time, do you even know the benefits of, like, satisfying them? And, like, maintaining a healthy fortress with some nobles in it? I don't know. No, you're not weird. The only thing that's weird is that you asked. You would need a noble Baron Balloon. So one, that story is probably from the days when coins were necessary for society. And if that was back when the economy was turned on for like the year and a half that the economy existed, then you would have had to basically, like, that's like ordering inflation to happen. Like, or ordering adamantine coins made in the era of the economy would topple the economy and make the game very difficult to play if... That's the second one today, boom, boom. If you actually listen to the noble. And, like, certainly, in a situation like that, like, you know, there's some reason for it. It's like me killing a noble because they are traumatized from a previous fort and hurting people. I mean, a lot of the stories that you hear about Dwarf Fortress are people exaggerating, right? Like, I built a fort called Subtle Scribe once, which literally ended with me, like, barricading every single visiting noble onto a drawbridge and repeatedly dropping them into lava until all of them were members of my fortress, and most of my faction was destroyed. And why did I do that? I don't know, I felt like it. And it fit the personality of the Baron in my fort. Sometimes you just do shit because it's fun. But there's more ways to play than that, and that's the beauty of a sandbox, right? The only part that I think is weird is if you do that in every single fortress. And if you've only ever played that way and you don't know the benefits, then that's just weird and kind of, well, maybe not weird, but just kind of unfortunate. I'm in an ad break right now. I'm going to go take a piss. I will be back in a sec.
Cheese for everyone! Sandwich!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Your boy hath returneth. I mean, like, Krug Smash has told this story a couple times, actually, Baron Balloon. About the story that he heard, which got him into Dwarf Fortress. It was a relative of his, or like a cousin or something, who said that he was playing the game and had a dwarf lose their child, and he found the dwarf in a barrel of alcohol. Which, like, okay, so mom probably got an injury, and it probably had job canceled seeking infant, and he searched for the infant and found it in a stockpile full of booze, but just like extrapolated that into meaning that the baby was in the booze, which like is kind of really funny. But also, like that's not a thing. Like, let's not be silly. And also, AFDNZ, thank you very much for chucking out a 2-pack of gift subs. It's very kind of you, my friend. The only way you ever play is to spawn in as many necromancers with full legendary stats as I can and make them part of the fort. You don't like sleeping mechanics or food mechanics or skill mechanics or happiness mechanics or dwarves dying mechanics or zombie mechanics or fear mechanics, or are you exaggerating? Playing the game mechanics. Got it. How do you ever have any mechanics? Like, do you ever build levers? Like, no mechanisms too? I mean, humans are surprisingly buoyant. I think like the reason as somebody who once did lifeguarding, I remember being told the reason for the majority of drownings in shallow water is the individual panicking and not the actual water's depth. It's like fear, you know? Mechanics are for cars or bikes or mechanisms, pulleys. Dirty Bum was found dead. So I can confirm this. I'm 99% certain this dwarf just died of old age. Is somebody who works on a watch mechanism a watch mechanic? Or is that something else? Like, is that elevated into like a craftsman riddle? I mean, honestly, I think most people who work on modern cars aren't mechanics anymore. A lot of them are actually like electricians. But yeah, I think we actually just had a dwarf die of old age. I'll confirm. I'll use DF hack for this. Death cause? Died of old age in the year 258. I want to say he was like 150 something when he was named. Hot damn. Well, they work with watch mechanisms, sure. Who watches the watch mechanics? That's honestly, we're getting space age with this, man. Keep working as a mechanic. Ay, ay, ay. That or you have to go into like specialized old stuff, right? Sometimes watchmakers become gods. I feel like I don't know this story. But yeah, Dirty Bum died of old age. Chat, pour one out for Dirty Bum. Oh, also Small Bean Lad, since you're in chat again. I refunded your points because the raccoon was named like 90 seconds after I got it. So if you want a dwarf, let me know. We can get you something, but I did refund it. Yeah, I'll name its chain though for you actually. There you go. This dwarf has no nose. Okay, I need to go back up to wherever that dwarf's body was, which I think is in this middle cavern layer somewhere. Okay, we just need to wait for a dwarf to come haul it for the tomb. No, but it is available for slaughtering, Wretched. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just... go to you. Let's say 0. Yep. We are going to get everybody hauling these boulders. It wasn't named, well, actually, no, I think you're right. It wasn't named immediately, but several, yeah, anyway, it's been named for a while. It's a good question. Do printer repair people, actually, here's a better one. Is a vacuum repairman a mechanic? I would say so. I would say that you're a vacuum mechanic. Because, like, those still exist. I'm trying to think of, like, consumer product repair shops that still exist. That aren't antiques or, like, artisan fancy. Because I would say so. Omega Loaf. Is a reference to Wakfu where the watchmaker Nox turns into God to the power of an artifact that he tries to tame with mechan. Okay, I have no idea what any of that means, but thank you. I feel slightly more enlightened. Has late-stage capitalism gotten rid of the niche repairman? I mean, in the last number of years in my life, the only thing that I could think of that are left that is like the niche repairman are all like specific hobbies, industries. Outside of like the occasional like watch repair shop or like shoe repair place or you know what I mean? Actually, appliance repair people are still pretty common, rather. Although those don't usually have like a shop. They come visit you. Yeah, I see appliance repair pretty frequently. Yeah, I think every city I've ever lived in has had at least one vacuum repair shop that I've been aware of. Oh, true, actually. Yogs is probably right. Like, a lot of, it's like, I remember, so I own my apartment, right? I had somebody in my, somebody I know was saying that if I wanted to get my kitchen remodeled, which I do, or my bathroom remodeled, IKEA does custom orders. And I was like, I'd probably go with somebody more local than that because, like, there isn't an IKEA where I live. So it would actually kind of cost a lot for shipping. And then I looked into it a little bit out of, like, curiosity. It's like, how do they do custom orders for, like, kitchens and shit? And, like, yeah, they basically just have, like, Uber backend or, like, a Shopify backend, but for, like, local contractors where they can just, like, hire local contractors. It's like, why don't I just hire the local contractor and skip out the middleman? That would do IKEA kitchen remodels. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like I would feel kind of bad if I ended up doing something like that. I'm actually going to slaughter a bunch of dogs. It's that time of year. Nope. Slaughter. somebody I know is a part-time vet assistant, and they went to their holiday party recently and sent me a photo of the actual, like, everybody sitting around the table. And I was like, how did it go? And their response was, we talked a lot about killing cats. And I really want to take that photo of, like, all these people sitting around a table smiling and just, like, caption it with, like, an impact font saying we talked a lot about killing cats. Because, like, to me, it's that is the most grim humor thing I've seen in a while. I don't know where that came from, but that's just something that I encountered recently that just keeps popping back in my brain for some reason. Especially when I'm, like, slaughtering a bunch of dogs in this game. Alright. It's gonna take a while. Good news is, we are clearing out some of the other boulders. A lot of them from down here. Some of them from up here. I mostly just want the fort itself to be clear of boulders. Mostly because I don't want a kitchen IKEA wretched television, and also because, like, or rather an IKEA kitchen, because I've used enough IKEA stuff in my life that I would feel much better spending more money on something that I have more faith in the quality of than less money on something cheaper that I have less faith in. Yeah, that's basically it. Like, if I'm going to invest money into something, I'd rather invest money in something that I have long-term confidence in than IKEA. I assume that's what the why is that thing was about. Hey, Kaiser. No, it's all good, man. Also, I didn't realize that was you, to be completely clear. Do you have a different username on Blue Sky? Kaiser in YouTube chat says, sorry for the blab on Blue Sky. I didn't want to throw the term evil on you as well. I was just crossing streams between seeing the power of the algorithm and seeing people abuse positions. Yeah, no, it's fine. But, like, I was just very blink, blink, what? when I saw that. Radbug needs to go practice a craft. I might actually remove Radbug from being a scholar because they've got a lot of things they want to do that are not be a scholar. Is that it costs a fuck ton? Yeah, it's why I don't buy a lot of furniture. But, like, oddly enough, most of the furniture I own today is used. And, like, I'll be completely honest with you. My kitchen, because, like, that's what was the basis of this discussion, is totally fine. Like, it is completely fine. And I don't necessarily need artisanal custom furniture. I'm okay with brand name furniture. But if I'm given the option between going to IKEA, buying a free prefab IKEA thingy, and then paying somebody to install it, or, like, going to, like, a local shop that's up the street from me and selecting a couple things, designing it, and getting them to do it, I'd rather do the second one even if it costs a bit more. Like, I'm not gonna go hire, like, a carpenter to make me custom wood cabinets or something. I ain't got that kind of money. I do actually have a 100-plus-year-old hardwood table that was given to me by my mom because my mom's like, do you want this? When I was moving, I was like, yes. It's a black oak folding table. It's not in the greatest condition. It needs to be refinished and touched up and made to look nicer, but it's a pretty nice little table. That's all it really is. It's just like, I mean, like, I have IKEA furniture in this apartment, Baron Balloon. I have 2 IKEA Kallaxes. I got one behind me in this room and one in the other room. And, like, why did I buy them? Because they were $70 and I needed shelving. That's why I bought them. Like, you know, like, are they great? No. But, like, they'll do until the time comes where I can afford something nicer. And I do feel that that's reasonable. Okay, I can unpause the make rock blocks jobs now. That's a price you would. Yeah, no, I mean, like, this was the table that I did schoolwork on when I was a little kid. Like, that was the homework table. So it's got like dense like crayon markings on it. Like, my mom used it to grow seedlings for years. Like, it's not in the best condition, but like, it's the sort of thing where in the future, if I had a garage, I would invest some money in like buying some repair stuff to make it nicer, and bring it back to like what it could be, because it's, you know, is it the nicest table in the world? No. Is it like in perfect condition? Far from it. But I have sentimental and emotional attachment to that table, and I didn't pay for it, so I would be willing to invest some money to make it a little nicer. And would very easily feel that that was worth it. Let's make this into a dining table, and this is going to the captain of the guard. Come on. Find them. Oh, it's because the window's not there, so it's not considered a wall. And as character, certainly. But, like, you know, it's still in good condition. And, like, I think, like, the one piece of, like, fancy furniture that I have is I have an Envy. If you go to the internet and type in Envy gaming chair, you'll find it. I bought it as an impulse purchase in 2023. Was it 23 or 24? Yeah, in 2024. It was PAX in 2024. It was a couple of months before I made an offer on this apartment. I was depressed and had like a horrendous cockroach infestation in the apartment that I was living in. And I'd been doing okay for the last 2 years and wanted to get myself something nice. And I bought myself a nice chair. And a nice ottoman. And it was too expensive. And it's since like tripled in price, which is ridiculous. I spent like $1,500 less on it than the price is for it now, which is wild. But I need ropes. I swear that I queued up ropes. Silk rope. Wait, what? Hold on. How in the world have none of those been made? Because I got tons of yarn. Why are these not getting made? Correct. Tibbe. But the other the other two reasons I bought it were it was made in Vancouver. It was a local business. I'd already sat in one at PAX. And I use it a lot. So I could justify it as a business deduction because it's technically office furniture. Because it's that valuable, really? I'm actually not super surprised by that, but here people just cement themselves to trees to stop people from chopping them down. We've got an armorer who's gone into a strange mood. Where are you headed there, Dwarf? Yep, you're actually heading down. Let's see what you do. Also, I think part of the reason the price got higher recently is because they've discontinued it. They now make the one with the magnets instead of the slots. for the attachments. I think I like the slots more than the magnets because it's easier to make your own attachments for it. But no, I write almost all of my blog posts in that chair. It's in my living room. So. All right, you got over here and you claimed the thingy. Where are you headed? Silver bars. Ooh. Silver armor. Make me a silver shield. You just fucking stole the marble from that dwarf making steel. That's funny. Okay, let's see. How is the boulder density doing? Still working on it slowly. Was actually designed to last, goes to the dump when the owner can't justify the effort in selling it. Speaking of local repair business, there's a business that's pretty close to me where I bought my sofa. And I would describe my sofa as a... not the sort of furniture you'd want to throw out. It's a goose down love seat, like a two-seater. It's made with leather. So it's not a vegan sofa, that's for sure. So it's leather and goose down. And it's very nice. Cost me less than $200. I bought it from a place that specifically sells used furniture. Purchase en masse when hotels and like, I guess estate sales too probably, but mostly when hotels remodel. So it's like furniture from hotels that are venting out everything. They clean it and repair it and resell it. And I'm very, 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 very happy with that sofa. Like, I guess it's just sad to me that there aren't more businesses like that, you know? Where people could easily offload and, like, purchase new versions of old things. I realize the stream has been extremely talky recently, but like I hope that you guys are enjoying, you know. Just been in kind of a talky mood today. Here's hoping I actually get that year in review video done that I wanted to make yesterday. I also need to get a blog post done, but I was too tired at 1 in the morning after reinstalling everything to then go write a blog, which I think is understandable, but quite a bit of quartzite. Let's use the quartzite. Some migrants have arrived. More migrants. Oh, damn. Went from being a weed tree that foresters destroyed as a pest to the most valuable tree species to sell in the Pacific Northwest because that strain makes it look like black oat, so it's like as a cheaper fake. Oh, interesting. Or it's like a cheaper... I like to think of those as cheap alternatives instead of fakes, but unless you're saying it's something it's not, then it's just an alternative. Also, hello, Vervolts. We love yapping with the streamer. I guess so. But yeah, I don't know. I think at this point, the majority of like the things that I put around my home are just houseplants. So I go to the not dead, just needs love section of the 2 plant shops here in town and try and rehabilitate stuff and then fail horribly. Or I don't fail and then I feel smart because I got a cheap, more expensive plant. Fake black oak veneer. Huh. How do you make your dwarves stop complaining that they don't have tables to eat? I have a question. How are you placing your tables and chairs like this? Or like this? Because the second one they'll complain. The first one they won't. You didn't put more than one throne per table? I mean, clearly you need more tables. I don't know. I don't know what the fort's setup is like. How do you make them stop? Give them enough tables so that they can find a table to eat at when when everybody's eating. I don't really know what to say. I mean, as you can see, I've got a lot of tables because this is a pretty large fort at this point. Some migrants have arrived, but did I literally just get migrant? Or 2 migrants, I guess? Wow, that's like tiny migrant wave. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that. They use dining rooms, or do they prefer to eat? They prefer to... So a dwarf, when they have food in their hand, will go to the nearest table that is in a dining hall first. If there's no available tables and thrones in dining halls, then they go to the nearest throne or table that is available. And if there isn't any available, then they just stand stationary and eat it. I mean, I would make, like, if you've got one large tavern like this, as you get further away, like me digging down here or whatever, if there's a lot of active work going on in an area like this, as an example, you should probably put a dining hall down here for the dwarves that are actively working. All these jobs are paused at the moment, but like for the dwarves that are actively working very far away from the fortress, you should probably set it up so that they are able to satisfy those needs. They seek out the closest source of food that is the highest value. And there's like a priorities thing where they like will stop walking a distance if it's too far. So do they actively seek out meals? Yeah. If it's higher value than the raw food, and if it's closer than the raw food. Name any child or baby onion. I wonder if the Onion is the 10th most selling newspaper in the US yet, because they were the 11th recently, which amuses the hell out of me. Why am I scrolling manually? Child or baby onion, do you prefer beard or nah? Or is it whatever? Doesn't matter, okay. How about the happy one? Do you like onions? Like, what's the reason for onion, specifically? He is utterly fearless when confronted by danger. You know, so are most onions, I would say. It's like the skunk of the veggie world, to the point of lacking common sense. He's like the child that runs at the bear. He's like, oh, look, a bear! Ah! And just runs at it. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligations, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He has a strong sense of duty, and he doesn't seek out excitement. He can occasionally overindulge, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He isn't particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Because he makes you cry. No, that's called a bully. Oh, Walk with the Wicked YouTube chat. Nobody likes a stream where the host talks a bunch. We watch this for stoic, silent gameplay. The way it was meant to be viewed. That's just full playthrough, no commentary, right? Sure, yeah. I also like onion with a bit of garlic. I was wondering if you had like a cat named Onion or something. Anyway, he accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He has a strong sense of duty, future military dwarf, and doesn't seek out excitement. Occasionally, he overindulges and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that peace is always preferable to war. He likes basalt and trifle pewter, as well as amber opal and shark leather and sea otter, and the color sea otter bone and the colors sea foam. What? Hold on. Sorry, the heck is the color of sea foam? Okay, so sea foam is apparently a blue? Greeny thing? I guess. I mean, seafoam green is something else. Okay. Sure. Fine then. I guess so. Sorry, this game still teaches me new things. When possible, he prefers to consume river spirits and one-humped camel's milk and absolutely hates hamsters. They bit him when he was a child. Recently, because he's still a child. He's a member of the Magical Saber and the Magical Jaw of Sharks. His mom and dad live here. He was born in 154 and it's now 158. He literally was born here. Okay? He's got a younger brother and an older sister and an older brother, as well as an older brother. And his grandfather, Unc, lives here. How old is his grandpa? 126. Damn! The old military dwarf. Wood burner by trade, spear dwarf as a hobby. Is that shirt in the ground seafoam? This is sea green. So it's not sea foam green or sea foam, it's sea green with olive bark dye. So what we're saying is wood burner in the streets, spear dwarf in the sheets? Is that where we're going with this, Yox? I mean, it's kind of funny in its own weird way. Okay, so I'm going to do something kind of mean to these dwarves. Which, as you'll know, I never do mean things to my dwarves. Ingush, the armorer. You don't go into this burrow. I want you to not die. That probably won't make him go nuts because he's also in the military, but basically, when all of these rocks are gone, I'll turn off this burrow. I want them to empty out this stockpile. That's what I want them to do. Get to it, dwarves. Get to work. Get to it. Hop to it. Now I wonder if you can actually make seafoam green shirts. You probably can. The actual dye mixing... Has anybody here dove real deeply into the dye mixing system? Because it is truly one of those systems that's like... Oh shit, it's a blob composed of flame. Fireball! Cinnamon liqueur. But yeah, has anybody here dove into that system? Because it's one that, like, I've scratched the surface of, but just kind of very quickly went like, I don't think I'm going to go too deep into this one. The Forgotten Beast, Garen, spin to win, has come. A towering blob composed of flame. It has wings and it squirms and fidgets. It's Garen. It's a street cleaner. Cavern cleaner, even. I love the blobs composed of flame. Because they just, like, fly into water and they just, like, part the seas when they go through it. It's kind of cool. Hey, chat. It's been a lurky day, but I just want to say a real quick thank you to anybody who is tuning in and anybody who's spending time here and hanging out. This is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living here because people throw bits and gifts and subscribe to this channel. If you do happen to have a Prime sub, do think about me. And thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you guys. Mostly, I'm just kind of hoping that these dwarves take a little bit of time to clean stuff up. And yes, I just deleted that so that they could be incentivized to go do this. There we go. You're lurking, but doing solo titerping. I know what that is, but titerping, it sounds funnier to me. Demacia, indeed. Mm-hmm. It's kind of complex. There's a few steps to get specific colors. You kind of need querns too. Yeah. Yeah. It's a neat system, but like, it's not one that I see myself using a ton. Come on, dwarves. I'm so mean. Okay, let's just go do other things, dwarves. It's fine. I think what I'm gonna do. Uh-oh. That's concerning. Section of caverns collapsed. Probably the Forgotten Beast. Set from which workshops talk whether or not this stockpile can take items from anywhere? No. Yes. They'll slowly just empty that out, and once it's empty, I'll turn that back on and shrink it. But it's looking much better now. Also, Vicar, you have a good night. A blob composed of vomit. This one's got deadly dust. This one's probably just going to go die, if I were to bet. Rumor Twilights. Rumor that it's Team Edward, that's for sure. Your mother's visiting tonight, so you're cleaning your apartment. It's the nice thing about having visitors is the inspiration to clean. To the alert notification, gotcha. Yeah, the only time I felt a legitimate visceral reaction to the alert notification was when I watched somebody with the Audible Alerts mod installed. Oh, it's a troglodyte. Hey chat, out of curiosity, earlier today I talked a lot about not uploading for a while and like inspiration and creative work and like, you know, just content in general for quite a while. So there was a lot of rambling about that earlier, but I'm curious. If you're the person to go to a YouTube, like, subscription box and look at stuff coming up, or a person who checks YouTube channels for things that you like, out of all the stuff I make, what are you looking forward to the most? Like, is there any specific type of thing that I make that you're like, that's the thing that Blind makes that I'm anticipating. I want to see more of that. What is it? I'm, like, actually kind of genuinely curious. I'm also going to shrink this back. I'm also going to go to you. Pause that. Forbid these. forbidding kind of a few tasks at the moment. You need bones probably, right? Oh, you got bones. Gem shining. Oh, do you need cut gems maybe? Bars metal, stone rock, okay. Leather, you got that. Bones, yes. Rough gems. Bones, yes, you got that. Gem shining. Okay, so just going to slaughter some more animals. And I'm gonna go to over here and just cut a gem. Could be either. It's probably not cut gems that he needs. But it could be. Oopsies. Where are you? Ah, yes. That makes sense. Oh, I see. There's two fighting. We've got two blobs meet. One of them is an immovable object, and then the other one is an immovable object. So they're both glancing away from each other, and there is no force when they attack each other. So the only way one of these forgotten beasts could kill the other is if something lands on them, or if they collide with something. Although Garen managed to lose a wing here. Somehow. Maybe from a tree collapsing? This is pretty epic. The unstoppable force versus the immovable object. I like the water continuously refilling. That part's pretty cool. Because they're literally draining this whole water draining this whole half of the cavern. That's the epicest part about this to me, anyway. That's intense. A battle for the ages? I think they mean the first ages, not a literal aegis. So this one's lost. It's up. Whoop. And here comes the one made of black onyx. Comes in. Now this guy's got webs. Shoots out webs. Oh man, I gotta say that the black onyx one is the one that my money's on. Because if he hits either of them, he wins. He's just getting balls of fire fired at him. Skull's Doom? By the way, that's a really good name. I didn't realize that was its name. Are you leaving? Coward. The two blobs fighting is too much for you. That's wild. Man, my money would have been on Skull's Doom over here, but I guess he's just going to let the children fight. What a name. Skull's Doom. You're tired and can't English properly. Ah, it's all good. I figured that was just like a meh, fuck it. Which is how most people type on the internet. You like the movies? You're usually in and out of the daily streams, so a focused hour or so is great. Yeah. All of his Fort movies. The nice thing about the movies is they're very bingeable. Like, competition isn't really a thing in a space where there's like a handful of people making similar length, sorta similar-ish style videos with different vibes, and you just find one, and then you're just like, well, I'm just gonna watch all of these 5 different creators' videos now. Crumpet Sounds also has a good vibe if you want more of a Krug smashy length of thing, but actually vaporizing the water. It's made of... Oh. Yes. It's made of... It was made of fire. It's now dead. But when a beast is made of fire and they step into water, they just immediately evaporate all the water around them anyway, and the fire that they breathe helps. So yes and yes in regards to actually vaporizing the water. But it appears as though it finally died because Forgotten Beast pushes it, breaking away the tissue. He finally pushed it enough that it broke away his tissue. Chat, round of beers for our successful pile of vomit. Which was the winner, who also lost his shell, which is a shame. But the pile of vomit has been successful.
Bring out your dead!
The ones I like are the same ones that have done well, the thematic ones. You followed a dwarf for 10 years, and I like ghosts destroy my fortress. Yeah, okay. Sure. I mean, that's totally fair. I mean, it's also the stuff that's like the hardest for me to make, so it makes sense that like that's the thing that people look forward to. Like I was talking about this earlier, but like I've started, partially made, and then thrown out a video about, I don't know, half a dozen times now. And I think I'm just gonna move on. I don't think I'm like gonna be able to make that one as much as I've tried. So like, yeah, kind of a bummer, but is what it is. Well, it was literally a pile of vomit, Forgotten Beast, so yes. You want to give your hat substance? I mean, caps exist in Dwarf Fort. I don't know if a cap is enough. I know that like there's metal caps, but like you can also make like cloth caps. I don't know if caps are kind of what you're referring to, but caps exist. Are more like helms in shape? Certainly. I think hoods or crowns are the other kind of close-ish one there. I mean, I guarantee you there's a mod that's just more hats. Your money was not on the vomit? I mean, I was kind of thinking that the Onyx one would turn around and kill them both, but guess not. I'm not gonna lie. I have a hard time watching Just Don't Die's videos sometimes, Laugh. I think like his videos are just directed at a very different audience than me, personally. I find like his videos, like just his vibe to be a bit hard to watch. But I think he's focused on a different audience than me, so. Which I respect quite a bit, actually. It's a cloth crown. Can you make cloth crowns? Dumb question. You can make cloth crafts. I think you can, I think it's just bracelets and stuff, right? Feels way too mechanical. I mean, he approaches like the videos as a challenge YouTuber. I think my videos end up being kind of challenge-ish, but I try and present them. Yes, one with a Sprite. I try and present them in a more of a thematic way, but you know, it's just the stuff I like versus other things. English, the Armorer, has created Thurid, a silver mail shirt, and offers it to the magical jaw of sharks. I'm gonna give that as a gift. That's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be my mayor's uniform. So that they are nice and slow when a monster arrives to eat them. I'll be completely honest, I don't know why these books are just getting scattered around like this. Like, I have this monastery right here. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll do it this way. Let's just get rid of you. I'm gonna remake the tavern. But yeah, I'm really happy that Just Don't Die is doing his thing. But, like, when people reference things that he does in his videos, like, it just usually over my head, because, like, I'm glad that his videos exist and that he's out there making them, because we need people making stuff about Dwarf Fort. But at the same time, it just is not my vibe at all. Let's do that and that. The mountain is sugar, so tavern has been remade. I mean, that's the like approach that I tend to enjoy watching, which is why that's what I try to emulate when I'm making my videos in regards to a bit more of a story. Although I try and cram like story, but also mechanical tutorial, but also like a bit of challenge in there. Like I try and like skirt that line. I think it lands mostly. So I think like if I just did the story stuff, so years ago I made a series called Today in Dwarf Fortress, which was like kind of like a very prototype version of what my modern movies are, but much more, how do I put it? Much shorter, like much more primitive, I guess. And I stopped making those videos at a point because I just felt like I was writing the same story or making the same video over and over. And I felt like that was just getting old for both me and the videos. So I was like, oh, I'll take a break from these until I come up with new ideas. And I kind of never did. And the reason I make the movies the way that I do is to try and avoid that from happening. You want bookshelves and chests? No? No, you're right. I need bookshelves, but like sometimes I will just delete a thing to reset everybody's jobs. Also, that was set as a dining hall, which I didn't want. I don't think the community's changed at all, Coach. I think the people that came back, and the people that didn't. Some new people bought it, and like things have kind of gone back down to normal, numbers-wise. Like, if we're talking about like player counts, Coach, it's about the same as it was before. Doing everything you can do to just service the feelings? You mean like make them all green happy faces? I mean, that would just be, you know, actually, like a happiest dwarves in the world video could be really grim because the reality of making the happiest dwarves in the world doesn't mean the fort actually needs to look nice. Like happiest dwarves in the world would just be settle underneath a light aquifer and channel into it everywhere. Just have like constant water from the ceiling. Like the entire fort would be mud. Yeah, I mean, like you could do that. Never let them see any combat or avoid the sun at all costs. Yeah, you could do that. Excuse me. Kind of like to think of mist mechanics as like drugs for dwarves. Yeah, fair. That makes sense. There we go. This is a bit better. Okay. Oopsies, that's the wrong button. I just window moded the game and then unwindow moded it. What was the hotkey for? Oh. The one right below the one that I kept hitting. Dumbest PL01, thanks for the 10 PLN in the super chat. Appreciate it. Hey chat, can I get a round of beers? And YouTube folks, hit the party button. Dwarves would love Rapture from Bioshock. I mean, that's kind of what this fort is. It is beneath an ocean. I don't know if they would love the creatures in Rapture, which is kind of like part of Rapture. Humans have arrived to trade. I've been kind of ignoring the non-dwarf traders for a while. What's up, Walrus? Hope things are well. Now, since demons won't break through the walls, I'm just gonna not worry about making reinforced walls. I'm just gonna use diorite because I have a lot of it, but I'm gonna make these walls like this because I think they look nicer more than anything. Should get done pretty quick. Oh, okay, no, fine then. Gonna throw hands with the circus. So I haven't been sieged yet because I'm pretty far away from the enemy and I have a pretty big fortress, and I'm kind of thinking that it would be fun to throw hands with this fortress before going to war with the goblins because I haven't tested the new siege weapons on the circus yet. So I kind of want to. Do you have a dwarf in this fort? I don't know. Yes. Yes, you do. Wretched. Would you like to check in on your dwarf? You're very happy, for one thing. You're a legendary weaponsmith. You haven't made any artifacts, so you've legitimately earned that. I'm just gonna make 100 cloth gloves. I've seen a lot of dwarves with not nice gloves. Well, actually, let's do yarn gloves. But, yeah, you're a pretty happy dwarf. Doing all right. No family in the fort, but you do have some friends, which is good. I could use a trifle right now, maybe not a pewter trifle. The Forgotten Beast, Omethu Octogobi, has come. A towering humanoid composed of trifle pewter. It has a round shell and a bloated body. Beware, it's poison vapors. So that's you, currently. Well, not the poison vapors part, but you do want some martial training, though. You're not in the military. You know, you've been here for 4 years. You're pretty happy with your life, I think. I'd also like to check the mayor, see if he's got his shirt yet. Looks like it does. There it is. Silver mail shirt. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with dog bone and encircled with bands of rectangular marble cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of milk quartz and dog bone, and menaces with spikes of brown zircon. On the item is an image of a long four-sided prism in silver. Should probably leave a like on that. Where was I? On the item is an image of garlic plants and dog leather, and the item is an image of grapevines and dog bone. It's a pretty dope artifact, I'm not gonna lie. Young, 56 years old? Yeah, 56 years young. Hey, Swifty. Random question. Can you reuse a Prime sub every month? First time having Prime? Yes, you can reuse it every month. It's just not automatically reoccurring. And if you just re-upped it, you'll have to refresh the stream to be able to use it again. Also, hey, Swifty. Where's this beastie? Actually, I don't care. Will they use male shirts for clothing? No. I manually assigned it to my mayor. The Forgotten Beast Osiscum, a gigantic hairy stick insect. It has a curling trunk. Beware its poison bite. There's so many. This one killed a cat in Seduce Spaces and a reindeer bull. Hold up. How did a bunch of my cabinets end up down in there? Oh, I see. I was making cabinets up here and they got washed down. Got it. That makes some sense. Why did I do that? Are you still kicking? No, unfortunately, Swifty. Also, if you missed me, if you were in an ad, yes, you can reuse it every month. You need to refresh to get the notification, but you have to do it manually. It doesn't automatically re-up. That's what I said. I don't know if you heard me or not. Are in the fort currently that I can see? 1, 2, 3, 4. I do actually have the caverns sealed off, partially because I did lose most of my military to one earlier and was like, I don't... I'm just gonna wait until I have defeated hell and have some slightly better siege equipment set up. Speaking of... Forgotten Beast's got a locker room with cabinets now. I mean, it is the cabinets are underwater, but not that the Forgotten Beasts need air, so they can just go underwater. Just reused it. Yeah, there you go. Appreciate it, man. I get about $2.50 US if you're in the US, or about half of whatever a normal subscription is in your region whenever you use one of those, and they absolutely add up. Adam Place, YouTube chat, hi. Supposed to be working a half day today, but you're working on a project and it's going long. It's already going along, and I should be out already. Should you finish today or tomorrow? So, do you get overtime, Adam? This is from a super chat in the YouTube chat, but Twitch chat. Do you think they should stay late and finish the project, or finish it tomorrow? They should have already been out by now. I would say if you get paid in overtime, fucking stay. If you don't, nah, finish it tomorrow. Apparently, today is Commander Keen's birthday, Kyler? Riddle agrees with me. If you get overtime, stay at him. Otherwise, go home. Unless this is like a school project thing, in which case, maybe do it. Because if it's a school project thing, then that's, I personally think that's a little different, but. But yeah, if it's work and you get overtime, otherwise, eh. It needs to be done, that's that. I mean, I've had things that are urgent that need to be done that affect my bottom line, and I've just been like, I will finish this tomorrow. Sometimes I think there is something to be said for like finishing something tomorrow, although it depends on like the line of work, right? Like there's been days where like, you know, we were talking about those movies earlier, right? The big videos that I make, which I will make more, I swear. Just need the right project. But there are times where I will personally feel, yes, I could, you know, finish this project, but I'm not going to because I would do a better job on this project if I wait until tomorrow. And I think that, to me, that is the other kind of catch there. It's like, well, certainly I could finish this project, but would I do a better job on it if I wait until tomorrow? Because then I'm at the point in my life where I wait until tomorrow. How are dwarfs today? Very babbly. Well, I'm babbly, but pretty good. Some out here? Pretty good. Then I would leave because I'm not a big fan of cheap pizza. I think that bribing an employee with shitty food is not a good way to incentivize me to... But also I say that as like an adult who has food in the fridge and like no longer a starving early 20-something. But at this point in my life, if manager brings shitty pizza, manager can get fucked. At least bring shitty pizza and donuts. Come on. Cheap ass motherfucker. Or like bagels or something, you know? You take your lunch to get out of the office. I don't think I've ever had a break that's been long enough or close enough to, well, also I'm always only on foot. Long enough or close enough to things where I could do that. Although there was one time I went on lunch break and literally ran across the street and 2 blocks up the street and then across a highway at 4 a.m. To buy a cake because I found out halfway through the shift it was my manager's birthday and was like, I will be back in 20 minutes. She was like, what? Just literally ran to Overweighty Foods and just bought a cake because they were open 24 hours. I only ever did that once. Castrol, thanks for the raid. How was the stream? What are you playing today? If I can ask. Tiny raid, all good. Appreciate it all the same. I trust that the stream was good regardless. I'm gonna just state this right now. That is a really shitty piece of culture. Implode command. Like you saying that it can be a bit of a culture thing, like, but salaried positions exempt from overtime working until the work is done, maybe more of the norm. It doesn't make it good. I think that working until the work is done is how you get shitty work. And granted, I say this as somebody who's self-employed and extraordinarily privileged in that way. But, like, that is how you get bad work. I would rather that something arrives a day later and is done well, correctly the first time, than arrives on time but has to be fixed. And as somebody who does his own shit for most things, I've had to fix my own stuff because I just grinded it out and got it done. So that is a really shitty piece of work culture. And like, you know, if somebody in the chat is asking, should I go home and finish this tomorrow? It entirely depends to me. Like, would you do a better job if you finished it tomorrow? Then have it ready first half of tomorrow and do it right, versus having it ready in 4 hours and having to fix it tomorrow anyway. Like that, or doing a worse job on it. Like that's infinitely more valuable to me. What is infinitely more valuable to me is somebody who is able to look at a thing and say, I would do a better job on this if I waited until the morning. Like, and I'm saying that as somebody who, like, commissions artwork from time to time from people, or, like, very recently hired a commission-based editor. And, like, if one of the people that I'm paying to edit something for me or draw something for me or make a piece of merch for me or something, I would much rather that they say, I'm going to take the rest of the day and get it to you tomorrow morning, because fuck, it doesn't matter that much to me. World's not going to burn down, you know? Unless, like, okay, here's an example where working overtime good. If you work in a nuclear power plant and it's overloading and it's going to take you, you know, couple of minutes to go push the button so that it don't blow up, or like maybe you're working with a bunch of billionaires and you're controlling a remote controlled submarine and it's taking longer for them to get back up, and like, you know, you could just bring them up right now, or like you could just bring them up right now and the submarine will explode, or do it slowly and safely so that they come up on time. Maybe just bring them up right now so that the submarine blows up. But if they're like normal people and not billionaires, then, like, you know, make sure the job's done right. Don't kill people, you know? Like, if you're an air traffic controller and you're supposed to be off, and like, you know, you could just leave right now, but Tony called in sick and an entire airport is going to scream to a halt. Yeah, maybe do the fucking overtime, guys. But, like, depends on what you do. If you work at McDonald's, go home. Fuck. And I say this as somebody who worked for McDonald's for too long and didn't go home enough. So. I think this is becoming a bigger discussion than the person who started it intended. Medical warehouse materials are not needed for treatments within the next week. Yeah, go home. Do it tomorrow. Period. That's my advice. It's almost the goddamn holidays. Take the break, you've earned it. As long as you're still on schedule, go home. That's my advice. Although, I play video games on the internet for a living, and sometimes I end early, so, like, I can't talk. Stream was sharp but good. We were playing Book of Hours. A game with books and existential dread. Are you sure you weren't just reading, like, 1984? But I hope that the existential dread game was fun. This game also has books and existential dread. Okay, so I'm going to make our check bars. Let's make 100 and 100 and jump up to here. Just make sure CJAMO's off. Sweet. And also all the parts are off. I'm also going to say ballista parts and bolt thrower parts. Make 8, 9. Why is there a raccoon on a leash? Because I bought a giant raccoon and I was getting tired of him blocking my constructions and running around, so I chained him up. I do that with animals when they annoy me. May you be a boyer. I don't know if I have any boyers, because I've made all my... Yeah, I don't have any boyers, because I made all of my crossbows out of metal. I can give you a weaponsmith. That's probably about the closest thing I have. Actually, I literally don't even have any free weaponsmiths. Yeah, literally the whole fort's armorers. Would you prefer a beard or no beard? That's probably about the best I could do. Well, actually, hold on. No, I do have a boyer. What the hell? Sorry, I lied. It's literally right in the middle of the screen. I don't know how you got here, because I don't have any of those tasks, but yeah, I said boyer, not boyer. My bad. Apologies. Yeah, yes, you can have it. Oil dyed? It's the most untrue name I've ever read. Unless it means that, like, animal died to make oil. Till Athedon, and I am till I am dumb. He becomes completely helpless in stressful situations and almost never feels discouraged. He very rarely is moved by curiosity and often acts with compassion. He tends to avoid physical confrontations, but works to square his natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, could be considered rude, and has a greedy streak. And he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to think before acting and needs alcohol to get through the working day, but is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally doesn't really respect commerce. He likes salphorite as well as gold and green jade. I can really understand that. Doesn't really respect commerce, you know? Like, doesn't really respect consumerism. Clenodev, though. How are you doing today? He likes gold, green jade, and chestnut wood, and alpaca wool. The color light brown, crosses, spears, and traction benches. Coins and the sight of the velvety larks. Don't ever let this dwarf be mayor. And when possible, prefers to consume judgment of... What? So this has to be a failed necromancer experiment. He prefers to consume Judgment of the Irons. What? He prefers to consume Judgment of the Irons, chat. Is that when somebody throws an iron out of a hotel window and it hits you in the head? Anyway, he likes reindeer cheese and apricot wine as well. At least that's normal. And hates leeches. It's an acquired taste. Red dog, not... There's rad bug and red dog in my chat. That's going to hurt my ability to words. Thank you very much for the 7th month. Welcome back, dude. Appreciate it. All as well as it can be. It's been a rough pain week, but getting by. What? The, Judgment of the Irons? I guess so, Cynical Razor. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the 7 months from Red Dog? By the way, this dwarf is average in size, and he has a very long beard. Whoops. He's heading off to go have a meeting with somebody. He's average in size. He has a very long beard. His sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His hair is clean-shaven, and his teeth are crowded. His nose bridge is concave, and his flattened ears have nearly fused lobes, and he has a scratchy voice. His eyelashes are short. His hair is mahogany. His skin is tan. And his eyes are jade. Judgment of Irons sounds like a microbrew IPA. Yeah, actually, Socrates in YouTube chat, that does kind of sound like a microbrewery beer. The Judgment of Irons. You know, one of the most memorable names I ever had for a beer was Vlad the Impaler, but Impaler was spelt with the word pear, and it was a blood orange pear sour. It tasted like a fruit salad. It was very tasty. It was like Vlad the Impaler. Is he Batman? Definitely. I like it when dwarves like Batman. There's something about that always amuses me. there's Iron City Brewing. Speaking of brewing, I did a line of merch a while ago. And by that, I mean a shirt that a friend of mine designed, which was Crypt Brewing, which is a made-up brewery that doesn't exist using my branding. We may or may not be planning some more of that in the future. Not that micro, though. Yeah. Although, there is a IPA that's made locally here where I live called Fat Tug, which has a tugboat on it. And there is a popular mix where you take a half pint of Fat Tug and you put a raspberry sour in it. And one of the breweries here makes a raspberry sour that I don't actually like all that much, called Dino Sour Raspberry. It just kind of tastes like raspberry syrup. There's better sours that you can get locally here, but the Dino Sour Raspberry is funny to me because when, like, the name of that drink is a Tugosaurus Rex, which is very funny to me. From Noctem in Quebec. I want to say I've seen their cans before. I don't think I've ever had that before, though. I was going to do a thing, and now I can't remember what it was. Oh. Just going to check bolt through our parts, and then queue up this. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to throw a whole... Well, maybe not a whole bunch. Maybe like 2 or 3 bolt throwers, like, up here. And then open up the floodgates here for the monsters down in the caverns. Mayhaps lure them in. All their cans have cats on them? Oh, there you go. Makes sense. So now I've got the ballista arrow. I think I'm going to put ballistas down here. And also down here. And I'll put a siege ammo stockpile up here. Your most memorable was, well, okay, so there's the most memorable name of a beer, and then there's like the most memorable name of a beer. For me, the most memorable name for a beer was I need a 187 on a motherfucking hop, which was a Imperial IPA. And genuinely my favorite beer on earth to order. And I don't even like the brewery that made it. It was just the best beer on earth to order because of the name of it. It was like right up there with, honey, I love you. Can you bring me a sour? Which was another one that I saw on a menu once. Although I was like, how do people order this? Was literally my question to the server. And she just like laughed and said, yeah, okay. Lighthast the Armorer withdraws from society. Also for reference, it was made by Parallel 49 in Vancouver, if that means anything to anybody here. They're a pretty big brewery to the point where, like, they're kind of not really a microbrew anymore, you know? The Arrowmore expansion mod, not gonna lie, it's solid. It has lots of stuff like Fourth Hammer does or others. None of that means anything to me, but glad you enjoyed it. Although, actually, I think the beer that gets the most jokes made out of it. So my name is Greg, right? There's a beer called Greg's IPA, which is made by Four Winds. And there was one time I bought a 4-pack of that and dropped it, and it exploded next to my leg. And for the rest of the day, my friend was making this joke that you smell like Greg. I hadn't even started drinking yet. It's not like I'd, done much of anything. It's just I dropped a closed can of beer, and it popped. And so that one's become a joke. A 15-pack of 0 alcohol Parallel 49 beer. What's the can look like? Out of curiosity, Grumbar. Is it just like a dark colored can with like the West Van cross on it? Because I'm wondering if it's like their pale ale or their lager. Nothing was wasted. I like that IPA. What? Necrontyr was found dead? What? Oh. Agitated giant Cody. I don't even know how I agitated this surface. Well, that's not good. Necrontyr is dead. That was my captain of the guard, I think. Correct. That was my captain of the guard. Well, we're gonna have to kill Omen Brand. Branded an Omen. That critter was. I need to go down to here and assign my new captain of the guard to everything. Meanwhile, most of the dwarves are just fighting with this guy who's probably gonna... Nope. I was gonna say, he's probably gonna kill somebody else. Laya's injured. Quite injured. Can breathe, though. Has lost all ability to use their limbs. Let's see, we got wounded coming, right? Yep. Etur is coming to recover wounded. Soldiers are done with the killing, so I will send them back to whatever the hell they were doing. Yes. Although I haven't had an offer to make a noble yet, which I'm a little bit shocked by, actually. Etur is missing a nose. Yep, that's probably why they're so upset. Actually, no, because they want to go pray to their god. Actually, just going to let them go pray. Couple injured dwarves. Let's just make sure I still have full cast. I do. Is Voldemort? If everything that loses their nose is Voldemort, there's got to be at least 5 or 6 Voldemorts in this fort. Voldefort, we'll call it. There we go. It's Phillips. Ah, okay. No, I know where Phillips is. Phillips is the one that made that beer that I was loosely throwing shade at a second ago called Dino Sour. Phillips is like maybe the biggest island brewery. Yeah, because they have Iota, and then I don't know if they make another alcohol-free beer, but yeah, Iota's okay. I mean, like, it's fine. Personally, I would rather drink like a fizzy water than an alcohol-free beer. But, like, if I'm in a thing where I'm not drinking, I would almost all options just take, like, a carbonated water over that. Also, Eric in YouTube chat says that their most notable beer name was Polygamy Triple IPA, which is funny. Yeah, I mean, at that point, you're just drinking a bitter soda, right? Ulfus? At least that's my opinion. Like when it comes to flavoring, there's I think they're brewed in Quebec. There's this brand of alcohol-free beer that you can buy at grocery stores here. That is basically like more carbonated sour beer, and they kind of have like a wheat-ish aftertaste to them. But they are very clearly, like, non-alcoholic. And I don't mind those. Those are pretty good. But they are a bit wheat-y, I guess. Kind of heavy on the wheat. Started to make a lychee flavored beer? Really? Huh. Flavored or like brewed with lychee? Because like I'm not like when you say flavored, I think like artificial flavoring, which I'm almost never fond of in beer. But if it's like brewed with, like an example is there's a brewery here that makes a raspberry sour, which is brewed with like a truckload of raspberries every year. Versus like Dino Sour, which just tastes like flavoring to me. It's like I'm not a huge fan of Dino Sour, but I really like Il Sauvage's Raspberry Sour because one tastes real and the other tastes flavored. Doesn't necessarily make one of them superior to the other. It's just I think one of them tastes better. I got you wanting one now at 7:30 a.m. I'm being a terrible influence. Instead, I recommend that you get yourself, like, you know, maybe like take some raspberries and put them in a glass of water. Get like raspberry essence. Toast Cat, thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. Jack, can I get a round of beers, please? Makes you want a tasty drink. Yeah, and I only drink on weekends now. I haven't had a drink during a weekday in a while. Partially because money and partially because, like, to actually be kind of productive. Not just sit here and be sad about me, you know? Mood, word. You know, like, I like being a functional alcoholic, but there's a point where, like, if I drink too much during the week, then, like, I just become an alcoholic. I just become, like, a sack of potatoes. Stop being useful. Or rather, maybe what I should actually say is, I don't mind joking about being a functional alcoholic, but in practice, it's hard to be a functional alcoholic. You're brewing your ginger beer just now? Ooh. If my lemon tree survives the winter, which I'm not super hopeful about at the moment, mostly due to the fact that it got pests when I brought it inside. Otherwise, next year I'm just going to do this. I want to make lemon kvass. There's no quartzite on your map right now, and you're so mad because it's your favorite. I get really sad when I don't find orthoclase, because that's probably my favorite that I have in this map right now. I need to cut some gems that are down in there. Black diamond. Do I have any good gem cutters? What else do I have? training on some milk quartz as well. I realize this is a lot of prep right now, but hopefully it's entertaining prep, you know? Oopsies. So finished objects. Actually, no, not finished objects. Furniture and siege ammo, and then just siege ammo. Just siege ammo in that one. Although maybe I'll make that into an ammo stockpile as well. What's the process of making that? Because I own a cello, but I've never made limoncello. Although maybe I have, depending on if it's what I'm thinking of or not. Yeah, we'll also throw ammo in here. Oh shit! Ballista arrowheads have a sprite now. Oh damn. Because they didn't before. Well, that's nifty. Cool. You'll love to see it. End of the world peppers? I don't know what an end of the world pepper is either. You're a sucker for failure. Yeah, well, this is a Meyer lemon. Why do they always just get covered in pests every year? I was like, this one has mealybugs and I think thrips as well. I'm trying to save it, but we'll see. Your map has so much orthic ice. It's one of those ones that tends to take over if there's a lot of it, yeah. Do I want to build a glass industry? Kinda don't. So instead, I will do it this way. Strong, very strongly flavored lemon liquor. Yeah, I don't know how much of a thing that would be, or if that would be much of a thing for me. I mean, maybe. Okay, so you... train down here and not train up here. Take them a little bit to move down, but I'm also going to get the squad training down here. See, do you have more helmets available? Nope. But there's one new spear, so they're going to go grab that. Let's also check bars real quick here. Silver. Got a ton of silver. I'm gonna do 100 silver bolts. 200 silver bolts. 250. Military bolt throwers. Caravan from the dwarves have arrived. running low on mechanisms, but that can be fixed. So let's queue up some mechanisms. Let's just say rock mechanisms out of quartzite, I think. Let's just make 50. And then let's jump back up here and do some trading, shall we? Just a bunch of bone bolts more than anything. Holy fucking dog bone bolts. You know, I was kind of wondering why I had so many bone crafters. I guess that explains it. That explains it. Good God, man. Selling clothing. Practice ammo for the bolt throwers? I'm not going to use practice ammo. We're going to train on hot targets. How many dogs could you build? About as many as I slaughtered, probably. Minus the ones that have rotted away. I wonder if a sword arm, if I could arm a saltwater crocodile person with a two-handed sword. I don't know. I mean, if they were in your fort, yes. I think they're probably big enough. Like, dwarves can wield two-handed weapons, but they will kind of break because they won't be able to equip it in two hands in fort mode. They'll just equip it in one hand. So it's like they're just putting themselves at a disadvantage using a heavier weapon. Also, thank you very much to those of you who've tuned in today. I'm looking forward to the stream this Friday. I'm kind of super keen and curious to see if Tarn will have anything to tease by then. You guys hoping for anything specific from the interview? I know the one that keeps coming up is the temples thing that was talked about a while ago. Like temple defenses or whatever. It's probably the most commented thing that I've seen, but I am curious if there's anything in particular you guys are hoping to see. I want there to be another kind of surprise thing, personally. I want, like, another random die mechanic added, you know? They can't? What? I mean, I would need to load one up in adventure mode, but that's wild if they can't jump. The armorer has created Kokeb Iltang, although is that under D for dwarf or is that actually on the wiki page? A steel mail shirt fucking finally and offers it to the magical jaw of sharks. I can't believe it, chat. I finally got a good artifact. This is a steel mail shirt. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with steel and decorated with nautilus leather and encircled with bands of oval-cut milk quartzites and steel otter leather. On the item is an image of two rectangular cabochons in dog leather. On the item is an image of the universe of years, the silver mail shirt in pig tail. On the item is an image of Negluso methyl Meavtict, the human, and Utes Hellblack, not Hellblack, the goblin, in giant Cody bone. Hellblack is striking down Neglusho. The artwork relates to the killing of the human by the goblin in the water of Apexes in the early winter of 250 during Cockstostrop, the assault of Clouting. And the item is an image of a tea tree in emerald. I'm gonna give it to El Rey. Engraving images on a ring mail is awesome, or is impressive. I wonder if they would do it with like color variation or maybe like shape variation on the ring mail. Could probably do it that way, kind of deal. I'm also going to say uniform replaces clothing. Did I not confirm that? Oh, I guess I didn't. Specific armor, that. Confirm. There you go. Oh, wait, no, I selected the wrong dwarf. I feel stupid now. This was the dwarf that was supposed to go get it. Pointy bitterness. Specific armor, that replaces clothing, confirm. There you go. I really like the color of orpiment, which I assume I'm pronouncing incorrectly every time I read it. I'd be willing to bet money that Tarn isn't actively working on magic right now, because I don't think he is. He's working on like very early prerequisites for it, but I don't think Tarn is actively working on magic. Purely because like magic is something that needs a lot of stuff completed before it can actively be worked on, and Putnam is actively working on that. I think like I understand the interest and the obsession with magic, but I gotta be direct, chat. I find the constant questions about magic a bit exhausting. Because I know that I don't have a way to answer those questions. And I'm pretty certain Tarn doesn't, because all of that stuff is theoretical outside of stuff that he's already talked about. And it isn't something that is actively being worked on in the format that is answerable in a question like the questions people want to ask, right? Because like the questions are often, what types of like the one that was just typed into the YouTube chat here, which is, I'd love to hear about how many types of magic Tarn is working on, including in the magic update. We're not getting a magic update. That's first. We're getting magic that are going to be included in updates. I don't... having talked to him a number of times, if you listen to my past interviews with him, I don't think that's answerable. He's going to give you, like, some series of possibilities, which are theoretically things that he could do, most likely, but aren't actively being worked on and probably won't actively be worked on for a bit. I think Tarn has talked himself into a weird corner, Riddle. Because, like, he did a lot of theory crafting and prototyping for a system, and the game's development has changed pretty categorically since then. And that is a type of development that the game isn't going to go back to. And it's never going to be possible to tell everybody that no, Dwarf Fortress isn't going to get a magic update in the way that it was talked about. Will we get updates that include magic? Yeah. I mean, we already have magic weapons and magic potions. But are we going to get a magic update? I don't think so. And that's... Yeah, exactly, Wretched. Which is why I think saying, what is planning to be included in the magic update? Well, we're not getting a magic update. Is like the first way to answer that, right? I don't see a way to answer a question like that that would be positive. Like, and if I find it frustrating to answer, then I kind of feel bad for Tarn, honestly. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Come on. I'm like shocked that they haven't offered me nobility yet. This might actually be the least interested I've ever had a faction in giving me nobility. This is kind of getting a little weird, actually. I'm gonna ask for wood because it's a pain to cut. Yeah, but like if you hear how Tarn has described magic, right? Like their question or their statement in the YouTube chat, which is a legitimate curiosity, and it's something that like I think is becoming kind of difficult with Dwarf Fortress going forward, is like how many types of magic are being worked on including. It's like, well, I don't think he's planning on including types of magic. He's planning on like tying magic to different spheres, and different spheres of magic are going to have different properties. And depending on the world that you happen to end up in, you could end up with different magical properties assigned to different gods. And those could have positive or negative effects, which could be tied to spells, and all of that is theoretical, and how that's going to manifest into gameplay is a question mark for the most part. And that's why it's hard to answer, right? Like, sure, but like, one, we're not going to get a magic update. And I think that that's the thing that needs to be reiterated and reminded. We're not going to get a magic update. They are going to add magic to the game slowly, but we're not going to get a magic update. And the way I read that means that they're not planning anything specific, most likely. They're planning a series of small updates that make sense to build out a procedural magic system over years. Trash Mac, thanks for the raid. What's up, friends? Welcome, raiders. Sorry, I'm babbling about magic. Tarn's going to be joining me on stream on Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific. So if you want to ask Tarn a question and you're in the Twitch chat, type an !interview. You'll get a link to where you can send in questions. And thank you very much for the raid. I hope the stream was good. What were you guys dwarfing with today? I've had a pretty peaceful for it, all things considered, aside from some giant Codys murdering dwarves. It's a little bit frustrating, but c'est la vie. And I'm currently digging down. This is where I'm doing most of my forging. But down here is going to be the entrance to the underworld, and I can't wait. So that's something that we're working on, digging into. This has been a very calm fort, honestly. Even in, like, the context of the siege stuff. Which has been interesting, to say the least. You have 6 ballista and 6 bolt throwers pointed down a bridge. Think this will be insufficient to handle most threats? I have no idea. Because that's the only honest answer I can give you. Probably sufficient to handle most threats. Will it handle all threats? I don't know. What are your threats? What have you been facing? Like, genuinely, what threats have you been facing? But probably. At least until you run out of ammo. Currently just animals that your starter dogs handled, but you're planning well in advance. Gotcha. About to get a little ballsy here. By little ballsy, I mean... we've unleashed an echo of forgotten divine retribution. That. Okay, so I'm going to pause the game. Let's see what we're up against. Tura's champion Axeman, which is wearing a crescent pockmarked battle axe. Or wielding one. And then sandals and a skirt. Shirtless. Feathered humanoid. In humanoid form. Okay. It would be weird for a humanoid to not be in humanoid form, but okay. Its movements sound like the rattling of chains, so my back in the morning. Its mouth feathers are patchy. It was created by the human goddess, Tura. Its part with thraldom. So, well, I mean, this is me intentionally making things less calm. This dwarf, whose eyes are now very funny all of a sudden. I'm going to move these squads up to here. There is an ad break that's about to start. I will pause the game when the ads start. The dwarf hits it with his pickaxe. He does actually get his leg shredded because he got bit in the leg, which ripped his pants, which sucks, and his spine has been torn, and he's been shook around a bit more and actually lost his front back teeth because he got hit in the face with an axe. But he was able to strike the champion with his iron pick, which tore the muscle through its skirt, and says, "I must withdraw, begone fear of these injuries." So he's okay, but he can't stand. And this creature, it can't stand and is bleeding. So he's actually doing better than the axeman for the Mo. But now it's a matter of who dodge better and who run faster. Dwarf seem to be doing all right. My soldiers are moving towards them at a pace any brave dwarf would be made rather impatient by. However, we are in an ad break, so I will wait for a minute and 30 seconds. Did you take any more hits there, Dwarf, though? He was actually doing a very good job of deflecting strikes shot at him, because he effortlessly defeated them. Hey, chat, investments are open if you care. Thanks, Doc Randall. I'm sure yours needs it. Cybrick, actually, in this case. Blanket Road. Needs a blanket for the road, I guess. An necromancer arrived in your fort and was immediately elected to mayor. Now you can't expel him. That sucks. So sorry, Vega. You know what you should do? You should set up an elaborate scheme to imprison him. I think, like, you know, it's kind of funny. Earlier we had that discussion about, like, is it weird to just kill every noble that arrives in your fort? Yes, but sometimes it can be really fun to, like, orchestrate elaborate accidents to get rid of a noble. You know? Like, one of my favorite forts ever, I had a vampire mayor who I couldn't expel, and if I arrested him, it would just cause problems. So I eventually, like, figured out an elaborate scheme to, like, arrest him, but I arrested him in his office and then built walls around him so that he could still have meetings. It was a good time. Turned the prison into his office and then eventually like got annoyed with it and dropped a bunch of rocks on his head until he died. Yep. Won the popularity contest, but was too much of a real-life CEO to be permitted to continue being a dwarf. We're through the ads, chat. Tura just lost its lower leg. Did you get hit with a bolt or something? Oh, no, wow. The miner struck him once more. You have 2 lovers? I can see why you've earned them. Your father was Vervolts, who's no longer with us, unfortunately. Your uncle Oscar is still with us. But your old nephew Cybrick is making the dwarfs proud. As the rest of the soldiers collide with the creature, which is now winded. Taking stabs from the spear dwarf, which is fracturing the bones. More stabs in the upper bodies from steel spears, which destroyed its right lung. And it seems that Cybrack wasn't done. Jumped back onto the creature, but is taking hits from the crescent pockmarked axe, which actually severed some nerves. But they were able to kill it. The creature is now dead. Well done, I say. Some bolts flew. Cybrack is injured, but he'll live. And as for that axe, well, we're gonna have to melt that down. Real life CEO? Yeah. Yeah. Are they already hauling it? How come I can't melt you? Oh. It's because it has to be coming from one of those stockpiles. This is going to be where we'll melt them. This middle one. I doubt we'll get a actual bar out of it, though. What's the benefit of melting the weapon? So, that's divine metal. Divine metal has the same stats as adamantine. But on top of having the same stats as adamantine is treated as an artifact. So, melting one of those down and getting enough bars of a certain type of divine metal to make a weapon is basically like getting a free artifact weapon without having to pay for it, is what that is. But you have to melt down multiple pieces for it to work. Hats off? More like monsters' heads off. Can you farm it? I'm not gonna dupe it, no. But I don't think I'll get enough from this one battle axe to even get a singular bar. But we'll see. Nope, we got one. It's a dark colored metal. Now the question is, what do I make out of it? Spear. I think I'm gonna put it on a pedestal for right now. Figurines for export. Fuck that. I'm gonna think about it. That or a helm. I mean, if I'm gonna make like a not super useful thing for it, I would make a helm. But it's always tricky. I think for right now, I'm just gonna put it on a pedestal and I'm just gonna throw all the godlike metals on it. and I will just kind of think about it until I come to a conclusion as to what I would like to do. So I'm gonna shrink you down to like that and move a bunch of these. You down here. You're gonna get a ballista. Don't have access to 3 ballista parts just yet. Gonna get these loaded up and continue digging. Yeah, I don't know. We'll think about it. But yeah, Divine Metal is one of those weird things, Dragon. Like, it used to be so rare, most people didn't even know it existed in the game. Then when the game released on Steam, it became, like, not common, but, like, you know, you'd find it in every fort. If you played long enough, you'd find it eventually in almost every fort. And so that kind of, like, killed a lot of the value of it, in my opinion. But it's still, like, hard enough to get in quantity that a lot of people don't actually know what it does or what the real benefits are, so I do find that part of it kind of interesting. There we go. Got that whole area cleared. Looks a lot nicer. Chat, do you ever go out of your way to get Divine Metal? I'm just trying to keep the conversation moving at this point. It's definitely a low-key winter vibe. Actually, side point. You ready for the holidays? I'm trying to be really conscious about over-holiday shopping this year. Very conscious. Like, I'm trying maybe too much, to the point where I kind of feel like I'm being cheap. But most people from me this year are either getting baked goods or, like, if not baked goods, then, like, homemade things or crafts. Gonna give my older sister a cactus because she's prickly, a kid, but, like, giving my older sister a cactus because she had a cactus once before and talked about how much she loved it a lot, and then it died because it got left in the office during a pandemic. I legit thought that was a dwarf. I just saw those hands. I was like, oh god, there's a dwarf. No, it's just a crundle doing crundle things. 11-hour drive, that is entirely too long of a time to be in a car. Hope you have some good pit stops along the way. Places to stop for snacks and such. Gonna make a dining hall down here, I think. That or just fucking dig out this whole chunk right here. You're trying to hold on to some magic. What do you mean by hold on to some magic? Like the magic of the holidays, or? Got that holiday spirit? Ah, I gotcha. Not gonna lie, the little bit of the holiday spirit I had left was kind of ruined when Coca-Cola started making their ads just like slop, in the bad sense of the word. I don't know why I'm so distressed by fucking Coca-Cola commercials of all things, but something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. We've got ourselves here a Embers monster. Embers monster. Speaking of Embers monster. Not just yet, but I'm gonna go right here. I was thinking like... You right here, you load as well. I'm going to place a bolt thrower down in here. But this Embers monster is just a random monster, I think. Yep, it's a very large blob composed of ash. But it can shoot at us, so that's scary. Well, let's go to this and make all these into blueprints. Send the Mark dwarves down here. They should be able to deal with it pretty easily. I've always been a little bit jealous of people that have work-related holiday events, Tibbe, because the only job I ever had where there was work-related holiday events. Oh, stand ready, but do not. I don't want that actually. You get away. And you stop. Okay. Because the only job where I ever had work-related holiday events, I worked night shift. And so thus, like, they all happened at times of the day where I literally couldn't make it if I wanted to, which I didn't want to, but it's like made me like kind of weirdly jealous about people that have work-related holiday events. It's like, man, sounds nice to just get like, I don't know, a free lunch on your boss's dime once a year. That sounds pretty great. There was one time where they bought us like tickets to go see Iron Man in the movie theater around, I want to say Thanksgiving at my old job, because they felt bad for us literally never being able to take part in anything that was like night shift related, because it was always on a weekend and in the afternoon or evening, like right when our shift was starting. And then they'd all show up hungover the next day. Which was always kind of funny. From Quebec to Los Angeles. Yep, that's too far. I don't think I've been in a car that long in the last several years, actually. All right, dwarves. You should realize that this monster isn't friendly, and when you notice it, you should stab it to death. There we go. They saw it. I had to get them patrolling a little bit, but they saw it. So this dwarf right here is doing the work. Firing a bunch of dogbone bolts. Goo is being fired out. Well, they're terrified while in conflict. This thing isn't even really that scary. That's actually pretty good training for that dwarf. Hey, guys wanna shoot it? Maybe? You're just having on acid blockers currently? Yeah, no, that makes sense. I don't know why these dwarves are all stuck. This is actually a little strange. Like, the game's unpaused. I'm not liking this. I'm just gonna teleport them around the corner. There's something weird going on here with this pathing. Yeah, that's what they should be doing. Bizarre. Save the game? Sure, after this fight. Was doing QA on Guitar Hero Warrior of Rock on a Friday shift. They would end with a beer and the night shift would start with one. I've never been told by somebody at a job, have beer while it's at work. closest I ever got to that was I had a manager who gave me a shot of Fireball because I was working night shift on, like, New Year's. It was like 11:30 at night on New Year's. My manager was about to end his shift. He goes, "You know what? I got a bottle of Fireball in my car. Do you want a shot?" And I was like, "Sure." Okay, this is odd, actually. Like, quite odd. I don't think that this should be getting them stuck like this. All right, well, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to station all these squads right here. Deconstruct this. And just channel through that. That's all I'm going to do. Had 3 high grav beers? How can a beer have more or less gravity? I prefer anti-grav beer. Makes it harder to slip. Riddle. Like a milk cook. I'll see what I can do. Because most of these dwarves are classified as... There's a cat in the way. Because most of these dwarves are classified as armor smiths. That may actually be difficult, but I'll see what I can do. Stupid kitty. There you go. And it's dead. Didn't even see it go. The Embers monster got stabbed by a spear dwarf. And it exploded. Go back to training dwarves. I'm just going to do a quick save. I'm going to go use the toilet. Then I'm going to name your dwarf. All right, let's see what cooks we have available. Has a very light flavor to it. Yes, no, absolutely. Now I want to drink a beer in space, but I also don't really want to go to space, so I think I'm safe from that. Let's also... Yeah, I think we're good. I do have a singular male cook. You won the cookie lottery, dude. Riddle, what's your favorite thing to cook? Chat. He is extremely confident of himself in situations requiring his skills. That is so fucking apt. He tends to avoid crowds because he's in the kitchen all the time, right? And he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He doesn't feel envious of others because he's the cook and they're not. And he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, like his chef's hat, of course. And he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture because he likes to cook for a wide variety of cultures and learn from them, probably. And likes to take it easy. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. All right. And he doesn't really care about anything anymore. You know, I know what I'm eating for dinner now. Thanks, Elite World Rider. I think I'm gonna make me an omelet with rice in it. You like making pasta sauce? Ooh. I like making soups. Making soups is fun. He dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. He personally views competition as a crucial driving force in the world and respects the law and respects power. I feel like this dwarf would be on the cooking channel if that existed. He has a broad body made broader still by no shortage of surrounding lard. He has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his medium-length mustache is neatly combed. An actual chef. I completely believe that this dwarf is a real dwarf that exists. He worships a deity that I don't recognize, so I'll have to check what it is. He has lots of friends, and his wife is a spear dwarf. He's a member of the Mountainous Creed. I read that as Mountainous Greed, which I'm not sure what that god is, so let's check. The god of minerals and mines and minerals. Makes sense. And some new gloves. I was gonna make some more clothing shops, but I forgot. But yeah, welcome to the fort. Where's the sauce? Yeah, where's the lamb sauce? I mean, where's the lamb sauce, you?
You fucking donkey!
Yes. Did I get it? What's up, Red Fogel? How's things, man? Hope you're getting ready for the holidays in a reasonable manner. Let's see, cut black diamonds, cut blue diamonds, cut faint yellow diamonds, cut red diamonds, cut rubies, and cut sapphire. Forgotten beast named Tilling has come, an enormous crab composed of green glass. Give up glass, return to crab. And it has a long spiral horn and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly spit. What was your name, beastie? Oh. I'm kind of annoyed that crabs just look like spiders. Is also orders of magnitude less expensive than buying ready-to-eat stuff. Oh yeah, no. I mean, there's like one excuse for that, or like exception to that rule for me, and that is homemade pierogi are categorically more expensive time and ingredients wise than frozen pierogi. But like, I want to die after eating frozen pierogi 3 days in a row. But yes, in almost all cases, I would agree. Savory pies are your go-to? What, as in like thing to fill your fridge up with? As like a affordable thing that you can make without like breaking the bank, or as in like that is your go-to? I guess I don't really know what go-to means in this instance. Or that's what you make. Oh, if you have leftovers, gotcha. Do you just keep pie crusts around, or do you make your own crust? I almost never make pies because I want to make pie crust. And then every time I'm like, I want to make pies, I realize very quickly after that I don't actually want to make pie crust. So then I kind of never do. This is going to be for prepared meals and drink. And it's going to take items from... This dwarf has been possessed. No, not from that dwarf who's been possessed, but they're going to take items from this stockpile. The Forgotten Beast, Nolthag, has come. Nolthag you. And it's a hairy slug. It has a thin wings of stretched skin, and it appears to be emaciated. Its mahogany hair is long and straight. Beware its deadly blood. I'm actually just going to go right here. Dig around here. Got some ads coming in. I will pause the game when the ads hit. Yeah, we'll just do that, because that'll make traveling here back and forth easier. You know what happened yesterday that was kind of wild? A moving truck crashed into the side of my building. Not like that bad, but like did noticeably scrape the side of the building. Which really makes me wonder if they've even had like lessons on how to drive big truck. It was just this sudden, very loud bang. How you doing, Letterman? Wait, what? Did I feel it? No. No, it was at the other end of the building, but I heard it. Oh, yeah. U-Haul makes you get insurance. This was like an actual company, so they have insurance, so they're going to deal with it. It's just aesthetic damage to the side of the building. I'm just like kind of amazed that somebody managed to do that. Considering when I moved into this building, my dad drove my U-Haul truck, which is bigger than that truck, and he was fine. It's just an incompetent driver more than anything. In YouTube chat, by the way, Gaia likes making garlic butter and green beans. I agree. Pretty high tier. Got another armorer. Needs bones. Of course they do. They always do. I will say, armorers needing bones is a really good way of reminding the player that you should butcher your animals. Bobo, how you doing?
Yeet.
Every day that passes, Hobo, we are one day closer to the next Ace Combat. Every day. What up in the mines today? Not too much. Pilot? Not too much. Just kind of me running on a stream of consciousness while thinking about the holidays, dreading the holidays, trying to dig into hell, trying to get to the holidays, basically. Yeah. Soap is Talo plus Lye. Soap is Talo, which is made automatically at kitchens, plus Lye, which is made out of ash at a ashery and made at a soap maker shop. It could also be oil and Lye. I can't wait to watch streams of it, but I probably won't play that game. So. I do actually really like... There's 2 channels that I've watched in the past that have done quite a bit of Ace Combat streams. I will totally watch that. really not super keen about going through this, but the thing is, it could also be a layer down. So let me do this. What's Ast up to? Oh, you're drinking. That's what you're doing. This dwarf had to endure the decay of a friend. Wonder who didn't get buried. Yeah, I mean, there's been times where, like, I've essentially, like, quadrupled the amount of meat in a fort. And wash our hands in Forgotten Beast soap. Just make sure that you pick around the poisonous matter that's left, right? Make sure you cook it well, you know? Also, Hobo, you missed the most chef-sounding dwarf I've had in a fort, maybe ever. Maybe not ever, but in a long time. I don't want arrowheads here, but... Whoops. Steel bolts, ballista arrows, all that good stuff. You just found out last night new Ace Combat is coming? Yeah, I literally sent Stoned Homo a DM the second I saw it because I know that he's a Ace Combat fan. I was just like, yo, did you see what just happened at the Game Awards? How chefy was he? Here, I'll show you again. Where's Riddle at? He was currently napping. He's a legendary cook. This is his description. He's extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. He tends to avoid crowds, tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, doesn't often feel envious of others, doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and likes to take it easy. And needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill, and that dream was realized, and personally thinks competition is a driving force in the world and respects the law and respects power. Yeah. Also, he prefers to consume bumblebee mead. And his wife's in the military. Dwarf Ramsey? Yeah. Also very broad. Very large dwarf. That first thing you saw when you turn on the stream and it was perfect. What was really funny was I was listening to a podcast the day before, like the night before the Game Awards, where they mentioned that it was Ace Combat's like 20th or 25th anniversary or something. And he's like, yeah, like, what are the odds that that comes back? And they all just kind of like unanimously were like, yeah, no, pretty unlikely. Like, what are the odds? Like, it's very unlikely they're going to do anything with that anytime soon. And, like, on paper, I would tend to agree, but... Because the other thing was Capcom stated in a recent report that they want to increase their profits by, like, 30% next year. Or, sorry, over the next 5 years. And, like, the running, like, discourse on, like, well, how would they achieve that is just, like, we'll make more Resident Evil. 30th, okay. Which, like, kind of makes sense. It's like, yeah, just make more Resident Evil. Like, yeah, that'd do it. Well, it turns out they're making more Resident Evil, bringing back Leon Kennedy, and also an Ace Combat. So, you know. I feel like Ace Combat, to me, has always been kind of a missed opportunity, in a way. Because, on one hand, it's like, it's a very specific game for a very certain group of people. And most other people, like, kind of never really interacted with it. But there is a world where, like, Ace Combat is, like, Metal Gear scale thing. And Mega Man, right, yes, also Mega Man. That Mega Man looked really early, though. Like, almost not fit for public consumption just yet, but... Okay, so that... That. I feel like Japanese developers are less likely to be the ones to screw over their employees. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Give you Mega Man Legends? They're giving you a 2D Mega Man. I've never been a Mega Man person, really. It's not a franchise that's ever really spoke to me in any meaningful sense of the word, so... Has a word for working you to death? Yes, but they want you to stay working. In, like, the Western world, they just want you to be unemployed. And replace you with something cheaper. So I don't know, I feel like maybe this is misplaced. But, and if it is, completely fair. It wouldn't surprise me too much. But I would have slightly more faith in Japan to keep people employed longer, but... for whatever that's worth. Yeah, they don't fire you. Yeah, no, they, like, harass you into quitting, right? I'm just gonna grab some armorers and give them pickaxes and say, go get them, chief! One of your boyfriends loves Ace Combat and he's very excited. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even call Dead Cells a Metroid game. Like, Dead Cells is like a run-based platformer, which is kind of its own thing, in my opinion. But, like, it's not really Metroid-y at all in structure. Like, here's something I'll say about Japanese game developers, which is why I think that they'll most likely be more consistently around than a lot of Western game development. Is because you'll notice that whenever Japan-based developers need money, they shut down the American studio, or like the Canadian studio, or the European wing. Like, they never... It's very rare, unless you're Sony, it's very rare to hear about, like, studios getting... unless, like, the whole studio goes under. It's always like, oh, Square Enix had some money problems? Yeah, they just, like, fucking sold off IDOS. Okay. Square Enix had money problems? Blame America! Wait, actually? Maybe they're onto something. Misdom, the armorer, has created Gossamershrub, an iron high boot, and offers it to the magical draw of sharks. Yeah, excellent. I would like to see this. This is like Cinderella's slipper. Dwarf edition. This is a very expensive shoe. All cross-door ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant coyote leather and encircled with bands of marquee-cut sapphires. This object menaces with rings of iron and menaces with spikes of gilt bone. I'm also going to give that to my mayor. And they can walk around with one metal shoe on. That is because of Japan's protectionism? Certainly, no, I mean, like, there's many, many cultural reasons for that. I'm mostly trying to make light of the world being hellish. Like, please don't take what I'm saying at this exact moment in time too seriously. I am trying to be funny. Please understand what I'm trying to say is jokes. Sometimes, like, it's nice to look on the bright side of life, you know? Like, Jeff Keighley getting roasted by Miss Piggy at the Game Awards. Who doesn't like that? Come on. Like, if I have to accept consumerism and capitalism in my life, might as well do it in a way that's amusing. And memes. You know? So this up here can now just become a generic dining hall. Actually, I wonder. Oopsies. I literally don't have any engineers. I'm gonna make a siege operators guild. I'll just set it as citizens can just go there. Let's just check bars real quick. What do I have? A shit ton of silver. I'm actually gonna get rid of those bill and wheelbarrows because we never did finish them. Did make a bunch of them, but I don't really need more of those. Still making those. Still making the silver bolts. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it. Let her sit. True, but to be completely honest with you, I couldn't remember the name of Rolf the dog. I do like that, love him or hate him, Jeff is self-aware enough to be totally okay with just the internet making fun of him. And I that's something I do like about him, is like, he's an easy guy to make fun of for a trillion reasons. But it's nice that that is just straight up written into the show as part of it, you know? You had to look it up, right? Totally fair on that. You have a dining hall with seating for 240 attached to it. I mean, is the dining hall considered part of the same tavern? Because if so, then yeah. If you mean attached as in, like, you clicked this button and set that to also be the tavern, because, like, this is the tavern, right? Currently, this dining hall is considered the guild hall, but I could click that and make it also part of the same tavern. Yeah, no, absolutely. That'll absolutely function. They may spend more time in the dining hall because it's bigger, but yeah, they'll dance on the dance floor. I'm also just going to move these two squads right here because I'm a little bit concerned I might get some monsters piling out of here, but regardless of what happens, I'd like to be ready. Checked for heat. What devilry is this? Nobody's on fire. That's good. So far, so Eurist. By the way, if any demons can spray poison mist, it's a good idea to place your bolt throwers further away from fortifications. You found out the other. Yeah, no, I've had stuff like that happen. Not with bolt throwers specifically, but with arc storms, yeah, and fire. Fire's the other one that can very much do it. But this is more, as far as I'm concerned, supposed to just be like shock troopers, I guess. But yeah, I could place them further back. They literally just like exploded. Oh, as in like the dwarves got thrown backwards off of them? That would make sense. Because the Warframe devs told you to. I'm not gonna lie, Werner Herzog was the thing that I expected the least out of the Game Awards. Like, truly, I was kind of shocked to see Werner Herzog fucking show up. Not something I was expecting to see. I'm not complaining, though. I kind of actually... I like a little Werner in my life. Who doesn't want super dour Germans in your ears? Riddle, I had a fortress called Sunbirths that got completely infested with some deadly dust, which quite literally caused the entire fortress to slowly, over time, infect just about, well, any dwarf who existed in that fort knew somebody who got infected with the deadly dust, and the deadly dust would make you instantly bleed out. So, pretty close, yeah. I mean, it's Canadian, so of course it's the least shitty. Naturally. Spork of Death. I like how wholesome the developers of Warframe are. They're just really nice people, especially if you ever get the chance to meet them. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. This is a large, clear blue metal toga? Holy fucking shit. The worst part about this is that it's large, so my dwarves can't wear it. Ask Hobo anything about drinking in Paris. Maybe not anything, but... Yeah, I've met them a couple times. Early, in the days when I still went to a lot of conventions, so like pre-2019, I had a lot of friends who streamed a lot of Warframe. So by association with people, I ended up at a lot of Warframe-related events. It's not a bug. It's if the god is associated with human cultures, they make human-sized clothing. So it's not a bug, actually. It's a design decision that's very inconvenient. The same thing happens in... Oh, what's it called? Adventure mode, where like if you roll a dice in a temple and it's not a dwarven aligned god, like 100% of the time it makes human-sized stuff. So there's been times where like I've rolled a dice and it's like we're human aligned. Well, it's like I can tell you this, like that's gonna be a human related name, or actually I think that's an elf related name. FIFA Valona. Even dwarven gods do that? Oh, maybe that's a bug. I was always told that it was just because, like, that they create the thing for the species what worship them. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Can I get a round of beers for good luck, chat? Digital Extreme saw a single user spending ungodly amounts of money on a loot box like mechanic in Warframe, and they immediately patched it out. I mean, I do question whether or not that is exactly how it happened, but sure. It's like the time I banned somebody for tipping me too much. Well, I didn't ban him, but I did time him out for 24 hours. It's like, calm the fuck down. Huh. Warframe's older than Destiny, is it not? Too real for you? Remember that? That was back in the Planet Coaster days, eh? That was a weird day. So this is another Embers monster. It's a blob of ash. Pretty weak. Has deadly spittle, but Nothing super crazy to write home from. Oop, did you just kill it? Holy shit. No. Yeah, he did. Bob just killed it. That is something. Struck the Ember Monster in the body with an iron pick. Although, I will say, Destiny did release 2 games in less time than it took for Warframe to get out of beta, so clearly a better game. I'm joking. Please don't murder me in the streets. I don't need a lynch mob. Fuck you, I'm mining. Hey, this is a funny looking rock. Thunk! Ah! It popped! You know, Dwarf Fortress is an alpha, so I think, like, there's some games where it's like Dwarf Fortress, Warframe, also things like, I would say Rust, but Rust is actually, like, out of early access, isn't it? To me, just kind of prove that those words have, like, almost no meaning. That's all that it really means to me, is it's like, oh yeah, well, I mean, what the fuck's a beta anyway? Project Zomboid, sure, actually, yeah. Like, the only reason No Man's Sky isn't a beta is because Sony published it. Or Sony marketed it. They didn't even publish it, but if it wasn't for Sony marketing, like, No Man's Sky would be in the same boat, so. Cheers, Ghosty. Cheers all the same. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. There you go. You started playing it in 2014 during the 1-year anniversary. Played it for about 90 minutes after Total Biscuit made a video about it. And went, eh. And then I think I probably went back to playing League of Legends or something. I was pretty much done with multiplayer games by around that point, so. I don't know. I'm just happy that that game, you know, still exists and they're still out there doing their thing. Like, it's one of those feel-good stories. And there isn't enough of those in the games industry, so. I like it for that reason more than anything. That game continuing to just exist and do its thing makes me happy. So there's either a creature made of fire in here, or lava, or nothing. Lava! I was right. You don't know anyone who you don't know anyone who plays Warframe that you haven't met through Warframe? Cooler. The artist who did the majority of the artwork on this channel over the years, or a large portion of it anyway. He has like 12,000 hours or some shit in Warframe, so. I've certainly met some people who've played a lot of Warframe. I'd need to go look, but I think he has every achievement. Hold on. Let me go stalk Cooler's account real quick. Cooler has... Sorry, I lied. He has 11,000 hours. He has 193 out of 193 achievements. Yeah. 10,787 hours. 10,727 hours. There we go. I can read. 0.8. That was a mistake. The game that outside of Dwarf Fortress, the two games that I'm pretty sure I have the most time in, I say pretty sure because it was hard to track back then, are Counter-Strike and Crossfire and League of Legends. I uninstalled League of Legends when according to wastedonlol.com, so take that as, as valuable resources as it deserves. On wastedonlol.com, I had 11,000 hours on my main account and an additional 1,500 or something on my alt accounts. And on Crossfire, I had about 5,000 hours on my one account, according to Xfire, which I only had for the last year and a half that I played that game. League of Legends taught me that most of the planet that were playing League of Legends didn't know how to spell the word league. It was like League of Legends. The number of people that typoed that name in the time that I played it maybe outnumber the ones that spelled it correctly. What's the website name? What, Lag of Lags? Lag of Legends. Oh, you're probably in an ad now. Wasted on LOL. That's probably the website you're talking about. You might be in an ad, so I will just type this. It's like that website that tells you the value of your Steam library and how many games you haven't played. It's like that website, but for League of Legends time. Your most played game is Terraria? My most played game on Steam anyways is Dwarf Fortress. Surprise. It wasn't for a really long time. It is now, though. We're in an ad break, so I will unpause the game when the ads are done. Terraria? Terraria is one of my favorite examples of, how to do indie games right. That game could have $500 in DLC, but it just doesn't. Speaking of money, we're $21 away from the daily minimum. We'll probably make it. I have hope. Just need, I don't know, half dozen more Prime subs-ish. Give or take. LOL will shut down in a week. The errors when you search your username? I wonder if somebody, stole your account. Or if, alternatively, maybe your username defaulted. Because I know that happened to some people who used to play that I used to play with. Is, a lot of accounts got, given away. Which kind of sucks, but... Something evil's emerging from the newly exposed pocket. We got another one. Just gonna pause. It's another Embers monster. That lava is scary. Should have brought them over sooner. Oh no. Etur here. The noseless is now the lifeless. Rest in peace, Etur. Darren, thanks for the $5. quarter of the way there now. Ast is running away with their red diamond cut order. And they made it. Creatures flapping towards the wings. We got Kumil, the adept mace dwarf. Counters the creature first. Loses usage of one of his hands and ability to stand, and is now going to die, but he got to see the creature die in front of him. Was it worth it? I don't think so. I don't. Rest in peace, Kumil. I was gonna say, if he doesn't die, is he a vampire? Because like, if you can't breathe, are you still a vampire? Let's just go down to where my catacombs is. Did I lose 2? Oh shit, we did lose 2. Oh wait. Right, yes. Duh. For some reason, the other one just like completely spaced. Oh, did you remember your account inside BSI? Change your standard selections to blueprints. My username was the same on League if people want to look it up. There we go. Justin Knott. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you, mate. Unless that account got compromised, which actually may have happened. Not that I care too much, to be completely honest. Oop. For a second there, I thought that dwarf might get crammed into there, but nope, they made it. So I've just got these two just parked right there, and I'll cycle those dwarves out periodically. I wonder what squad that dwarf was in. But seriously, thank you very much for the 3rd month in that streak and the 8 months total. It means a lot, man. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Hope I don't sound like I'm being too, like, scary when I say, like, keeping the channel funded. It's just kind of an ongoing thing for me. I got a comment once on one of my VODs saying that I make it sound like, ooh, like I'm doing worse than I am, which I try not to, but... Dwarf just got punted into water. Honestly, could have been worse. Could have been lava. Could have been lava. You know, even though I've played, even though you've played hundreds of hours of this at this point, I'm still quite new to Dwarf Fortress. I feel like I'm at a point where I like min-maxing and I'm afraid to let your forts die. Really? You don't know what you're doing? You just kept the dwarves drunk and gave them a bed? I mean, what I would do, if you're at that point, is watch some YouTube videos or read some stories. Find ones that speak to you and try and replicate them. Like, honestly, that's probably the best advice I can give at this point. Is because there's a certain point with Dwarf Fortress where, like, how do I put it? There's a certain point that, like, this game hits where you kind of know approximately what you need to do. You have a pretty good idea of what needs to be done. You're just like, how the heck do I get there, though? That's kind of pretty common hang-up, I think, that people bump into. But I will say that Dwarf Fortress is designed to not be min-maxed. And it has a lot of things in it that intentionally dissuade the player from min-maxing. So if you feel like you're hitting roadblocks or like are failing or like things aren't going well enough, let things go wrong. Like for years playing, like now it's harder, I guess, to just have like perfectly infinite forts just because like of the way the sieges are now. But for a good chunk of time there, it was really not all that much of a challenge to have a perpetually existing fortress that didn't die, that couldn't die, that was not unkillable, but extraordinarily resilient. And I think that getting through that period is very difficult. But if you can, like, get through the period of, like, wanting to just have an infinitely successful fort. If you can, that's when the game truly gets fun, is when you let things go bad and then try and fix it. Or wait for things to go bad and then try and fix it. Or intentionally set things up so that they are bad and are just exciting to watch collapse. You know? Like, if you think of Dwarf Fortress as, like, SimCity, but you're actively incentivized to and also benefited by... Okay, I've just had a dwarf disappear. That's interesting. You're actively incentivized to and also benefited by destroying your city. It'd be like... I know a lot of people didn't play SimCity purely like this, but at the very least when I was young, I played a lot of SimCity. And by SimCity, I mean, like... I set a lot of things. I set a lot of cities on fire. Okay, that's what I mean. I set a lot of cities on fire, and because I set a lot of cities on fire, I used a lot of cheats, especially when I would get bored. If you start to get bored of a fort, let it fall. SimCity my butt indeed. But hey, if you're having fun, Stiletto Sid, then that's cool, right? But like, I think like if you're playing in a world that has more than one faction, the biggest thing to remember is doom that faction, cause chaos, and then try to be the good guy. Because I think a lot of worlds, like the one that I'm currently in right now, this is the first fort I've done in this world. And it's actually pretty peaceful. We're pretty far away from all the threats. There are things that are at war with us, but they're at the other end of the map and they're pretty busy with humans. So they don't really have much reason to invade me. But me finding adamantine is going to attract wealth. And wealth will attract the ire of the enemy. Or it'll cause the fort to explode and fall, which will cause some disruptions to this faction. So the next fort that I play in this world will likely be a much more violent thing, right? Because there will already be that precedent set of things have already gone kind of bad. So, did I not make you a slab already? Am I actually that dumb? I think I am. I am, chat. I mean, what I would say is, like, don't even play on an evil map. Play on, like, just a normal Untamed Wilds map or, like, a good map, and just don't memorialize your dead. Do, like, a ghost fort where you, like, have to balance it, you know? Try and, like, coexist with things that the game doesn't want you to do, you know? Like, try to go to war with your own faction. Start a civil war. Doom the faction on paper. And then build a fort that is designed to take out your old fort. You know, stuff like that. Like, I had a lot of fun the first time I did stuff like that. That's a lot of gems. Kept trying to make aquifers work in a misty staircase. Yeah, you know, stuff like that too. I'm just going to make one here that's just specifically for diamonds. Let's go gems and just type in diamonds. Sapphires. Ruby, star ruby. And emeralds. Those are the other one. Pretty good gunmetal. Killed a few brutes and are chipping our way into the underworld. How's things in the old gunmetal's neck of the realms? Instead of actually playing. I think that's pretty normal. I mean, like, I will say that there's, like, we've discovered what must be a treasure of the gods, which is a jagged bright metal, large jagged bright metal right gauntlet, and a large jagged bright metal left gauntlet. Okay. Well, that one I'm gonna mostly ignore. He says mostly, but did I make more display cases? Yes, I did. Meanwhile, over here, we got more water. Great. Let's see what we got right here. Dig around this. More water. There we go. And you have yummy dinner. What's for dinner, if I can ask? Chat, do you have a weird relationship with Dwarf Fortress? As in, like, you find it anything similar to what Sid's feeling? I think, like, Dwarf Fortress is like a simulation, right? Like, that is the focus. And I think that when you're making a game that's focused on the simulation, it does often lead to being a game that focuses more on, like, simulation rather than gameplay. And I do think that that can sometimes lead to, you know, just less development emphasis on gameplay, which I think can lead to what you're feeling, maybe. But I also, that's one of the things I really like about the game, is that it is so focused on the simulation. Okay, so we're going to drain out this. Then once this is largely done, I will channel into here, let this lava out, and we'll make another chunk like this. Let's unburden you from that. Go over here. Also dig out that, just so that this will go through quicker. One of your legendary army dwarves died when they took a 60+ raid party there, and there was 14 of your dwarves. I once had a dwarf that I ended up nicknaming Unbreakable because I had these very long, like 1 and 2 tile-wide hallways, and I had very large sieges coming in through them. And this one dwarf with an axe took out like an entire goblin squad by themselves, and then did it again, a second time. And when their downfall was an enemy siege that was so big you couldn't even see this guy. No, the enemy siege was so big that when that dwarf fought with it, they were exhausted and lying down by the end of the fighting, but they still managed to take them out with the help of the rest of their squad. That dwarf had like 150 kills or something, and was crawling back towards the fort, overexerted and exhausted, and got crushed by my drawbridge coming down. I don't even know how that happened. Oh, there must have been like a pool down here. This dwarf fell into a dick-shaped hole and drowned. Well, it's good to find your body there, dwarf. I'll put your memorial over here. Let us know if you'd like us to do anything to it. Awkward. Dumb ways to die. That really is silly. It's like, how did Zanang die? Oh, you know, fell through a hole in the floor in the underground caves and got stuck in a hole that was shaped like a dick and then drowned beneath it. Yes. You are the Sacred Radiance. Gunmetal Unicorn. You are still alive. We check the ground for heat. What devilry is this? That's not min-maxing. That just means generate another world. I don't know. I mean, that's just, like, you want to go about a certain theme. I mean, here's the silliness of that, Wretched, is if you had an adventurer, you could go find a slab with the secrets of life and death, read the secrets of life and death from that slab, retire that adventurer with really high, and give them really high writing skill and reading skill, retire that adventurer in a fortress, give them a bunch of writing material, and eventually they'll write you one, and you could start the outbreaks. So, like, if you want to, I guess, min-max in that sense, you could literally DIY a necromancer apocalypse. You have the abilities. It's just a matter of doing it. Several slabs in your fort. Several. You had several. No, I think like min-maxing is like getting irritated that like the amount of crafts that you're outputting isn't optimal based on like the number of rocks that you have and the fact that like you still have 24 dwarves that are annoyed at the lack of crafts that they haven't made in the last year and a half because Jurist over here has taken all the jobs because he's legendary at it. That kind of stuff. Can you I man the siege equipment beard if possible? Okay, well, I mean, this dwarf is actively manning this siege weapon. A forgotten beast is named Vesh. It's a huge humanoid composed of what? Amber. It has webs and a gaunt appearance. Thanks. Nordstrom feels a strong need to pay back favors done for him. He is inattentive to detail in his own work, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He doesn't often focus on material goods, and he tends to be swayed by the emotional appeals of others, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and often feels lustful. He likes to brawl, and he's somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he's quick to form negative views about things. Also, I'm very much planning on releasing the cavern beasts from the first cavern layer. Maybe not into the fortress, but like towards the surface, and shooting a bunch of siege weapons at them once I get a little closer to hell, and use that as a way to train up a bunch of siege operators. He personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and values hard work, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Likes petrified wood, bismuth, and aquamarine, as well as giant armadillo shell, and the color tan, bucklers, bracelets, and ducks for their quacks. The sight of the smile of skirts, and when possible, prefers to consume more copper and plum wine. I don't know where that voice came from. And he is corpulent, and he has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. Sideburns are clean-shaven, and a very long mustache, which is neatly combed. He worships Anothakab, and is a member of the Most Coven, which is the god of war. Is friends with Gunmetal Unicorn, as well as a fish cleaner and an animal caretaker. More or less, yeah. Starts shit and runs away. I mean, honestly, not a bad, like, stance for a siege operator to have. It's, like, fine for a siege operator. Spooky how realistic this game is sometimes. Tarn, like, did a talk at a university some years ago where he was talking about, like, designing personality traits. And the thing that he said in that discussion that's really stuck with me is, like, the characters in Dwarf Fortress sucked until we added negative traits. And then they started to feel more believable. And honestly, that checks out, if you ask me. Nope, don't do that, actually. I'm really hoping that we can get to Adamantine today. That is my real hope. Okay, so let's do that and this. Hopefully nobody gets torched. Mary Sues are always boring. I don't think anybody just died. Yeah, you're walking away. I just looked up and saw, like, the sizzle and was like, uh-oh. That could be bad. Actually, what I really need to do is this. Dwarf, you make me nervous. This is going to immediately become a high-value room, isn't it? Does this down here? You know, just 40,000 Dwarf buck thingy. Am I trying to drain out a magma pocket? Yes and no. I'm mostly just trying to, quite literally do this. Just make it flow in faster so that I can pump it out. So not so much trying to get it to flow in, I'm just trying to make it easier to pump. Because this is all just obsidian down here now, right? I don't know if I want to tempt fate too much. Let's get these two done. And we'll let this bubble through. And then I can drain it all out after. And there we go. I can turn that on. Dwarf comes over here and starts pumping. Yeah, no. It's just if it's not diagonal, it'll flow a little quicker. Which will speed things up. That's mainly all I wanted. It's a little bit sketchy, but, you know. What's life without a little sizzle? Continues to drain. Get that done. That done. That done. That done. One of those done too, maybe? Uh-oh. Well, it's early spring. Somebody probably just died of old age because I'm not seeing any combat logs. Zildy is correct with the lava emotes. Chat, who do you guys think died? Because we just lost somebody. It's the first of spring. Ultra despair! Let's see. 2 old age deaths, chat. That's 2. Can I get a proper funeral for this poor dwarf? The dwarves are even dancing. Udib the Weaver here is craving excitement. Perhaps we can help. Oopsies, that's not at all what I wanted to do. That's the second in 2 years. I'm actually going to give him a tomb in the middle of the tavern. The most dwarfiest of tombs. Rest in peace there, dwarf. Alas, poor Urist. Died in the tavern. While dancing. Honestly, it's a pretty good way to go. Like, if you're given the option, certainly worse ways to go. But they better represent what's going on in the game engine. No, absolutely. I agree, Val Malloy. In YouTube chat, they say they've really improved the graphics since it released on Steam. I mean, it's still got a ways to go. I mean, they've certainly got things they still need to add, but... Saigon the mathematician. This poor dwarf. We're about to get hit by some ads, chat. We'll just be following this dwarf while they go place a body in the tomb. Yeah, it's certainly the least painful way for a dwarf to die, is to die of old age. We actually could get double-digit, like, happy dwarves, actually, with the direction things are going at the moment. You're in a position to farm giant saltwater crocodiles. You know they lay like 50 eggs, right? I would farm them for meat. 100% meat. And also make a crocodile pit. You've heard drown, and how many people have you spoke to who've drowned to death? One of my favorite funny factoids about dying in Dwarf Fort. Also, I don't think I gave that dwarf a actual name, did I? I read their description and didn't give it to the person I was reading it for. Oh no, I did. I'm dumb. But in Dwarf Fortress, there's no negative thoughts associated with burning to death, aside from choking on smoke underground. So if they're above ground and on fire, they can die in whatever mood they were when they caught fire without any negative, like, association with being on fire. Which I think is really funny. At least I'm warm, yeah. It's cozy these days. Ah, damn, I can't see much. It's smoky outside. Ah, well. We also lost Wilm, the stray dog, and a rooster, who were all found dead. It's relatively painless. No, absolutely. I mean, you're just underwater. I mean, if you've ever, like, hung out underwater for a while, like, I would imagine that would be a similar feeling to what you would get, but I don't know. I wouldn't wish drowning on my worst enemy. Now, mauling to death by hordes of zombies, I might wish on my worst enemy. Drowning? Seems kind of rough. I don't know. I don't know if I agree. I think, like, dying in fear just makes it bad, period. But maybe it depends on your outlook on life, I suppose. But for me, like, that is kind of what makes it bad. Or a bad way to go, I guess. Is that in order to die, you have to be terrified, basically. Or that, like, you're going to be terrified during the process, and that to me sounds awful. Just gonna dig through this. At least for me, sure. Like, I would rather die in pain, but it'd be quick, than die in fear. But, you know. What's up, Avink here? Got a reply from Fourth Wall. They mistook which order you were referencing, as they thought it was the gifted mug. Ah! Second email clarifying which order and managed to get a hold of FedEx. I have a search inquiry on it, so that's something. Still no update on tracking, though. I will say, Fourth Wall's customer service is kind of great. It's one of the reasons I use them. Do keep me updated, man. Like, I'll just give you another round, or I'll reship them to you at my expense if FedEx does in fact lose them. For a little bit of clarity, if anybody's curious, Venk here in chat here ordered practically one of every mug. And it appears that FedEx has misplaced it. Or at least pulled a standard FedEx if they're trying to deliver anything to me. FedEx has never been the most competent when dealing with my stuff, so... Real talk, when your grandfather passed, it had been a long day with family, and he was showing his eldest grandson how to drive, massive heart attack, and never knew there was a problem. Absolutely the best way to go. Yeah, I mean, like, there was a family, this is, like, very harsh real talk for it's out of nowhere for a Twitch stream, but I guess that happens. There was a family friend who passed away. Is actually the only person I've seen die in person. And he had a heart attack. It was a fundraiser dinner, potluck, event thing with, like, music, and he was DJing most of the night, and the evening was wrapping up, and they, like, had finished saying thank yous, and the lights had been turned on, and we were all, like, getting ready to leave, and then he just keeled over. And it's, like, again, like, kind of, for us, horrific. For him, probably the best way you could possibly go, because he was just gone. Just immediately. So, although his funeral was apparently something to write home about, he was very, very, very Dutch, and everybody had to wear orange. It was in his will that you had to wear orange, and there's a couple pictures of his kids, like, who, like, you know, were in their mid-20s, just, like, wearing orange suits, which I didn't even know you could buy, like, a tux in orange, but today I learned. I guess they make them specifically for the Dutch populations around the world. Anyways, chat. Because they're German, I couldn't speak to it because I don't actually know what you're referencing. Unless they happen to like the color orange. I mean, anyone's allowed to like the color orange. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm gonna go one layer up. Oh well, we'll let him dig through it anyway. What could possibly go wrong aside from finding an unexpected demon? Which we probably won't. Probably be fine. I think. Kind of amazed I haven't had anybody die here. Forgotten Beast item has come a starling with poison gas. I do realize I'm kind of just ignoring them, but they're all just in the caves anyway, so. Pennsylvania Dutch is a term for German immigrants who settled in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I know nothing about that. I'll be honest, like, Pennsylvania is one of those parts of the U.S. that I know very little about. Aside from that, my parents visited there once. So yeah, I know almost nothing about Pennsylvania. Aside from, like, tropes, more or less. I'm actually just going to erase that for the moment. Let them just do that instead. I always find, chat, I don't know about you guys, but the process of digging down to hell is maybe one of the least interesting parts about going to hell in Dwarf Fortress. Like, it's such a slow, time-consuming process. Like, it's often worth it once you're down there, but, like, at least until you hit adamantine, it's just slow. So hopefully you guys are entertained by the slow process of digging down into hell. Let's see what's down here. Deep within this place, we've uncovered... Chat, I see a whip. We've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. It's a singing metal whip. Whoa. Iffy Spiffy, you're now a lasher. Although, actually, I need to assign it to a pedestal, don't I? Aren't whips basically plasma slicers? Okay, number one, I don't know what a plasma slicer is. Historically, they were extremely powerful. There's a second one. Historically, they were extremely powerful due to them doing both sharp and blunt damage simultaneously. I don't know what the current, like, knowledge is on that, though. It makes a singing noise when you whirl it around. Oh, yeah. I'm imagining, you know, those those tubes that you, like, fling back and forth that make, like, a woo sound, kind of like that, but a whip. These faint yellow diamonds and this. Then right next to it we have... So that's funny because of what it is. We have Nithimhathur. A twisting, not twisted, twisting metal scepter. Oh, craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Well, that's pretty cool. Actually, I wonder, is this a faster way of doing this? Oopsies, you keep that. Get rid of these. Because, like, when you first get an item like that, it's not part of the faction doesn't own it initially. So you have to, like, refresh it so that they do. No, okay, so that doesn't actually do her. Actually, I have to put it onto a pedestal. That's really fucking cool, man. And microscopic strike area. I will say this, from experiments I've done in adventure mode, they're extraordinarily shit if the player character is bad with them. I just want to quick save because I just got a weird lag spike for a hot second there when I went to click something. They're terrible if the player character is bad with them. So they're one of those things where you really need to train with them for a while. But yeah, no, they are something that can be really strong. The reason I'm doing this is because until they're hauled and put in a stockpile, they're not considered to be owned by the faction until they're in a stockpile or on a pedestal. So if I do this, it just kind of speeds this process up. You know, honestly, a way to make my life a lot easier right here would just be to do this. Fortify this. Then I can let that water out. And then I can maybe let this out too. Jess, thank you much for the raid. I just found a fancy whip and a really cool twisting metal scepter. Jess and Raiders, hello. Thanks, mods. Not even sure. Like, is it Hobo who's lurking now? Oh, okay. There's a few mods lurking. Appreciate you guys. Shoutouts to whoever got that. How was stream today, Jess? How's things? Playing some Pez. And I have... Every now and again, I have this weird, like, completely irrational craving for Pez candy. I don't even like Pez. I don't know why I want Pez sometimes. Did I always have a beard? I got depressed in October and didn't shave for a while. So, no. No, I did not. There we go. Iffy Spiffy is now going to go get rid of their steel spear. I'm curious to hear what my parents' response is to it, because they don't know I have it. Unless they've watched my streams, but... yeah, I don't know. It's just like... me and my supervillain era. Although, I do think it adds like 10 years to my age, but maybe that's just because of the gray hair already. This doesn't help. It's working on a project. Yeah. No, it's all good. I hadn't seen any mods speak in a second, so I was like kind of surprised when that got popped immediately. I was just going over to type it in myself. But now you guys are lurking. There's actually a bunch of people lurking. Look at that. Look at that. So how was Project Zomboid? Anything particularly noteworthy? This fort's just mostly been me ignoring Forgotten Beasts and trying to dig into hell. But also, like, trying to keep the fort relatively defended. Relatively. Ready to lash some demons as soon as they get some meaningful training in. I mean, they're up here training now. And they're feeling some pleasure after putting on a truly splendid item. Truly splendid. So I don't have any steel at the moment. And the reason for that is I'm currently out of flux, which is all this down here. So we're just going to dig us a bunch of flux. Allow me to do this prior too, so I can get them to dig other things sooner. like that. That'll get my steel industry up and running again. Siege doesn't work against chained invaders. Oh. Well, I mean, they would work against a catapult or you'd be able to do that with a catapult or a ballista that's set to training. Radiant Psych. Like, they're not considered, like, if they're chained, they're not considered a threat. But if you set a either a catapult or a ballista to train, they'll fire it. That'll do her. Yeah, exactly. What Riddle said. I mean, like, you'd have to just hope that they shoot in a straight line. You could also put a target right behind their head and they would just shoot at the target. I mean, bolts would, yeah. Bolt throwers won't. Hit them with a ballista. Like I said, just put them in a training range. The ballista will shoot at them. Bolt throwers don't friendly fire at friendly or neutral entities. So that's not too surprising. But like I said, you got ballista, so. I'm not sure what else you would need beyond ballista. I'm way too amused by the fact that a dwarf died drowning in a rock formation shaped like a dick. It's very mean of this game. Super rude. It depends, I guess, on whether or not you want sharpness or weight. Because, like, there's an argument to be made that, like, the best ammo for a catapult would be, like, pure gold or platinum due to it being super heavy. But, yeah, I mean, in theory, it is one of the sharper rocks. I'm not sure if it's the sharpest, but... Reg, the metalsmith, withdraws from society. Ooh, maybe a piece of metal furniture or something? A metal door would actually be pretty dope. Okay, and then they claim what? Right here, Reg. Let's see what you grab. Steel bars, nice. Like skeletons, probably. It's almost always fresh skeletons is what they want. Cut gems, yep. Square blocks, yep. Skeletons. I think it's skeletons. Yep. Several skeletons, even. Time to slaughter several dogs and goats. I guess I could channel this down. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. I've got a blue-gray brute, one that we haven't seen before. This is a feathered Dimetrodon. It has a broad horn and a bloated body. Beware its noxious secretions. Chat. Wish Vukar some luck, please. Vukar's immediately bleeding. There is a singular bolt thrower up here. I don't think Vukar's gonna make it. Oh no, he actually killed it. Whoa, okay. Huh. He struck the blue-gray brute in the neck. There you go. What a legendary. What a legend. You mad dwarf. We've got a mathematician coming to recover the wounded. I mean, he can still breathe. He did lose some teeth. Many teeth, actually. He's being carried away. Need to make a statue of him? Oh, I don't know about that. I've had several miners kill demons now. So it wouldn't be the first. Any dwarf? Any dwarf, you say? How about Tourist, the really, really happy miner? Tommy. He's truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. He's sad, often, and dejected, often, and has a calm demeanor. And he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will, of course, be the one that comes to pass. He's often cheerful, and he doesn't handle stress well. He generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He has a sense of duty, feels the call, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about much anymore. He's married to the Ember, who actually was a miner who killed one of those demons, an Ember demon, in fact. He likes bauxite and silver and wax opal, as well as chameleon tooth, and brown recluse spoder silk, as well as blue glabe moon, as well as the color blue-gray, and moons, scepters, and cavies for their adorable call, mantis men for their grasping legs, and the word of the Saturn of luxuries, and the sight of the smile of skirts, not saddle, and prefers to consume bats, nautilus, and potato wine, as well as blood gnats. Or sorry, he hates blood gnats. He doesn't like to consume blood gnats. He hates blood gnats, in fact. He's a member of the group of, a previous member of the group of Guesses, which was a nomadic group. And his wife's a miner, his son's a miner, and he's a bunch of kids who are currently are miners, and I'm sure will become miners when they grow up. Welcome to the fort. I'm kind of hoping that this dwarf goes down in there and then immediately gets murked by a demon, but we'll see. Oh, this poor dwarf wants to pray and make romance. Let me actually take you off of most other tasks. So you don't have any functional legs. It's going to go through all this and drain pretty quickly. Now I can let the rest of this drain out also pretty quickly. And over here, still have a few of these set up. Bunch more lava's just flowing out, going away. Gonna do the same thing over here. There it goes. Partially done. Gonna get rid of these chunks, and then we'll get rid of that last. I have a feeling when you just want to pray and make romance, maybe he's praying to make romance. Also has two lovers, and neither of them live in this fort, which is also kind of a mood. It's like, has lovers, but hasn't seen them in years. I wonder if they're still alive, even. Thoughts of a dwarf. A bit typical, sometimes even. Okay, I'm actually going to go down to this side right here. Just nuke out that if I can. Cards, walls, and dead bodies. Well, dead demons. I feel like SCP is one of the... it's not fan fiction, really. but like it's like self-insert fan fiction, so a lot of it tends to play on a lot of things, and a lot of things tend to play on it. So it doesn't surprise if the vibe of SCP tends to... Whew, that dwarf right there had me very nervous for a second there. That's JJ's wife. Had me stressed out there, dwarf. Standing right in front of that. Yikes. I'm kind of surprised that Dwarf Fortress doesn't have many creepypastas. You know? Like, I feel like it's a game that's been around long enough that there should be more. Like, they're really, outside of, like, you know, maybe mermaids and other kind of various unpleasantries, like, there's not that, or maybe, like, a boat murdered or something. I don't know. Actually, now that I think about it. Virgil. Yeah, they're egg layers. Oh, wait, you have people? I thought you had, like, just actual animals. You can't eat saltwater crocodile people or their eggs, if that's what you're asking. And I don't think they can breed in fort mode. I was just reading it as saltwater crocodile, like just the actual animals, not that they were people, Riddle. So I don't think there's anything you can do with them. To fill out an army, they have to be members of the fortress, meaning they have to join the fortress in adventure mode in order for them to be able to do anything. So they would have to be brought to the fortress in adventure mode, and then not be... They would have to be brought to the fortress in adventure mode. You have to find them in adventure mode, not have them as a adventurer. And I'm pretty sure they can't breed anyway, so actually then it wouldn't matter. Just bring them with an adventurer. I don't know if you're in an ad, Riddle. I assume you are. Now people will be like, what are you during the ads? It's like streamer sneezing. Oy vey, that came out of nowhere. The hell was that? Thank you, John Dwarf. What am I trying to do? Rem Cobb in YouTube chat? I'm trying to dig into hell. It's a slow and tedious process. For whatever it's worth, Spork, I haven't read it yet, but I don't know if you even hear me at the moment. Having read it now, I don't get it, so... Although I've had some people like screen grab like ads kicking in on Twitch before, where it's like I'm saying something like really serious and then it's like the taste of Fritos, and it's just like me going from being something really serious mid-sentence to then just suddenly into an advertisement can be pretty funny sometimes. All right. Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to breed them. The saltwater crocodile people. Like, you'd have to ask somebody who's done it more recently, Riddle. But in Fortress mode, I don't think you'll be able to make children. So you would have to just bring them alongside adventuring parties, which is totally, like, a legit way to do it. I mean, I've done that more than once. Just brought a bunch of, like, animal people with an adventurer. But, like, do note that I don't think you'll be able to make more of them. Because I'm pretty sure egg-laying humanoids can't have babies in fort mode. By pretty sure, I'm like 99% sure. I'm not sure who that is, Spark. But yeah, there's a reason why I almost never do animal people related things in fort mode. Like, I have people ask me, like, why I hate them. It's like, well, I don't hate them. It's just the game doesn't really account for them, and there's a lot of things that they need that the game doesn't account for. And the game doesn't really expect you to have them in fort mode, and it's like, when the game gets to a place where, like, there's more mechanics for that, I will be much more receptive to bringing more animal folk into my forts. So this is steel bars, nanny goat bone, pigtail, silk, milk quartz, 2 quartzite blocks, and nanny goat bones. They're a metal smith. Well, what do you think they're gonna make, chat? I'm hoping for a steel door or trap door. That's what I'm hoping for. They're just not fun, sadly. Animal people, especially the grazers. Like, I've had, like, rhino people in forts before and then realized after the fact that, like, oh, they need to be, like, on grass to not die of starvation, and just kind of immediately gone, yeah, fuck this. Like, I've certainly had a couple of forts like that, where it's just like, why would I even bother? Like, what is the point? Reg, the metalsmith, has created Tosid, a steel goblet. Tizot Tosid. Tosid at the enemy head. Put big dent in forehead. And it is offered to the fortress. I'm going to give that to my broker, because they need alcohol to get through the working day. Who's already wearing an artifact bracelet and has an earring and a lead earring, both in their right ear. You gotta go be healthier for a bit? That sounds like a wise idea. You had an echidna woman claim a nesting box? Yeah, but did they lay an egg? Claiming it's one thing. I mean, if you could prove me wrong, please do. But that's how I've understood it to work for a very long time. I will say that grazing animal people are a pain, though. This is a steel goblet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval quartzite cabochons and decorated, decorated with goat bone and encircled with bands of pigtail and cave spider silk. This object is adorned with hanging rings of silk. This object is adorned with hanging rings of milk quartz and with spikes of goat bone. On the item is an image of a caper in steel. On the item is an image of Lai Lizard Grove, the elf, and Negoking Cradlestole. That's a good name, Cradlestole. It's like right there in the goblin culture, right there. Cradlestole in quartzite. Cradlestole striking down the elf. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf by Cradlestole in the water of apexes in the early winter of 250 during Coxostonstrop, the assault of Clouting. That is like the most commonly depicted fight that happened in this world's history, at least in this fort. Uh-oh. Chat, we begin again. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Why though? Uh-oh. Ember, might be burning. We'll find out in a mo. Yep. Which part of you is on fire? They're trying to climb. Nope. So this creature actually breathes fire, by the way. Did you, are you telling me you killed a second one? Oh my god, they killed a second one. Dwarf, you've earned early retirement from the miners' squads. I don't even know what to say. Holy shit. How did you kill it? I didn't even get to look at it. Strikes the theropod demon in the right wing, fracturing the bone, and says, "I have improved my wrestling. That was very satisfying." And then the demon grabs her by the lower back tooth with her left hand, and she strikes it with the iron pick in the neck. Bleh. And then she screams, "I must withdraw." It's a mutilated corpse. Hot damn. Get a load of that. Yep, it went sailing off. It's right there. Well. Yeah, it literally flew to pieces. There's its neck. Its neck weighs more than, like, some boulders. Actually, I lied. Those are all, like, 260. But its neck... That must have been a big fucking critter. You know, honestly, I'm gonna just forbid this. I wonder if I can butcher it. It's like grabs dwarf by mouth, instantly regrets everything. Hits back with a pickaxe in the neck. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that dwarf certainly earned their early retirement. There could be another one in there. I kind of doubt it, but... Should check. We should check. Cleaning up blood. As one does. Okay, so now that this is done, I'm just going to unforbid these and say butcher. Something evil's emerging. I was right. Kami, this is the husband of that dwarf who literally just killed the last one. And the demon itself is a brine devil. And a brine devil is what comes out of a brining bucket after you're done brining the turkey. It's a blob composed of salt. It has wings and a bloated body. Chat, can I get a round of bolts because my bolt thrower is about to start firing? The dwarf has made it away. Oopsies. I did not mean to move the camera there. Let's move slowly. Kami here is bleeding. He is winded. He's not going to make it, chat. But he did get to see the demon fall. Rest in peace, Kami. They're basically machine guns by your understanding? No, they don't shoot bullets. They're simply a faster, higher ammo capacity Marksdorf. It's like, I don't know, a third of a Marksdorf squad in one unit that can't move. Rest in peace, dwarf. You hope that you were a good dwarf? Well, your wife is. I don't know about you so much, though. Yeah, I guess these aren't butcherable. That's a shame. Let's try forbidding the rest. Something here is butcherable. Kami the miner's been found dead. Get you buried. Shoutouts to this dwarf down here for doing the work. Killed a brine devil. And is now a proficient siege operator. Somehow still better at fish operating. Fish cleaning, though. Curious as to what ends up getting butchered here. Brined Iral? I mean, that's not me, Privy Ben. What are you talking about? It's definitely Kami that got brined. Theropod upper arm. Okay, so parts of it are butcherable. Resubscribed for 24 months. Thank you very much. Big bang. Actually, 25 months. It's 2 years and then some. Got some demon fat, some demon meat, and some demon bone. And some demon other thing. Two years and a month. Hot damn, dude. Thanks for sticking around as long as you have. Hopefully I haven't gotten boring on you yet. Appreciate you, man. I am probably just being dense, but I don't know if I get the pun anymore. Spork of Death. Is this like a Ouija board thingy? Or something? Let's see what we're butchering. Oh, we are literally butchering more of the theropod bits. Why would I flood it? Jack of Spades. I mostly just want to invade it. And mine as much adamantine as possible, and I don't know, maybe build something in it. Creepy. Feral violence, the coastal. Has killed several forgotten beasts, no? I mean, it is a deadly spittle spoder, or crab, I mean. But you can't really flood in hell, at least not permanently. I've done that before. Like, I've dumped oceans into hell. I've dumped, like, other things into hell. But hell infinitely replenishes or consumes water, I guess, because Helm? What? Hell doesn't really... How do I put this? It's like the caverns, but it has, like, the big pools. And the big pools overflow. Or don't overflow. They just, like, infinitely consume whatever falls into them. So, because of that, like, you kind of can't flood hell. But yeah, if I flood hell, it's, like, not something I'm intending to do. I'm mostly going in here for the adamantine. And also to see how effective bolt throwers and stuff are going to be against hell. But I also haven't really built my defenses yet. I'm mostly, at this point, just, like, digging towards it. Nope, you be priority 2 so that don't fall. If, in case that... Oh no, actually it wouldn't fall, so it'll be fine. It won't fall. It'll be fine. Uh-oh. Something's burning. By burning, I mean rotting. And let's go down to here. Let's see what we find. I mean, if Eurus doesn't respect the law, do they need to respect the law of physics? I think not. I'm trying to get this body out of here. There we go. Come on, Cole. Earth entombed. Dwarf, why are you naked? I get it, you're just trying to pick up your clothing again, but... You went and took your husband's clothes? Oh, that's sad. So this is the Ember. That dwarf who, like, was just in hospital, right? Who killed 2 demons? And then Kami died. And she just went on and put on a superior item, which literally was a pair of braids. There's something really grim about that. Stole your clothes? She wanted to keep your sweater, okay? Let's see what's down here. We've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods, and we also checked the heat. What devilry is this? It's a ruddy metal blade. Ooh. Our Craftsdorf ship is of the highest quality. And let's see what's further down. Oopsies, that's not really what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. That's also now the wrong tool. Perfect. If one day we can get processing power, we'll go back to respecting physics. I don't know what's up with us not respecting physics, apparently, but I'm also short on pickaxes from the looks of things. Physics cares not for respect, but will demand observance. As in, like, I need to go look up the definition of observance now. Okay, well, there's water down there, which ain't so bad. So all that's going to be canceled. Then what I need to do is dig through this. Within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. So over here, we've got a ruddy metal blade, a wavy ruddy metal blade, and a crashing metal mace. I have bad news about the mace. This is like a giant pom-pom on a stick. But I will give it to the captain of the guard. And as for the blade, I'll give that to the mayor, because that's kind of cool. Good old falafel bat. And a human caravan has arrived. I think I will just turn these to blueprints. Not the blueprints, just blueprints. Just very valuable. Yeah, no, it's a ceremonial piece, you know? Which the mayor can hang on to for safekeeping for the moment. I have lost some of the happy dwarves, but they're still doing okay. My mayor's been reelected. Probably just wanted to be Real like to have more time to look at that scepter, to be honest. Okay, so now that I've done that, let's dig through this. So that'll fill that up a little bit, but will also mostly flow off the map. And if this dwarf doesn't get flooded out of here, which would actually be really unfortunate, then I will, or should, have access to their body, and we can get them buried. That poor dwarf. I felt kind of bad about this one for a minute. Let's also go up here again, dig through some of these. Maybe that as well. Every last scrap of marble that you just found. Yeah, you have flux. Congrats. Flux, congratulations, sir. Instead of the capacitor. You know, I may actually just get these diamonds out of here. And then I may get those diamonds out of there. Blue diamond. Yellow diamond. Got 10 green diamonds? Wow. Just gonna queue up some cut the nicer end gems. Yellow diamond, we got 1. Clear diamond, we got 9. Let's queue up cut 9. Let's do you and just set you to 4. So we're going to dig out this, and I think I'm just going to channel down into here and just let this flow out and seal up the rest of it. Once these, diamonds have been removed, like this one as well. And then once we do that, I can just channel down through here and channel down through here and let this lava flow out, and then we can go down another level and keep moving. How's Invading Hell going? I mean, we're trying to get to the edge of it first. It's most likely that the actual invasion will probably happen tomorrow, because I still have some more prep once I get an idea of where it's actually going to be. But we're getting there, slowly. It is a very slow process, though, if for the dozens of times that I'm sure all of you have invaded hell before, I mean, come on. This is an experience that we all have at least once in our adult lives. It's called going to detention or getting employed, one of the two. Anyway, it's going to burn out those togas. Some masterwork of JJ and Union ID have been lost. A true shame. That was quick. Must have been a small marble deposit. I would suggest investing in larger future deposits. That's kind of the best I got for that joke. I don't know. That's all I really came to. Let's also go up top here. Take out those and those. Across the top of this. All those while we're at it. Here comes some water. Not so bad. Since it's all just water, we can dig through that. That should be safe enough. About as safe as anything is going to be digging in areas like this. Check for heat. What devilry is this? ×3, actually. Kind of amazed nobody caught fire there. This is all draining out. Actually, quicker than I thought it would. Let's just cue that up so I can see it. Also gonna dig a line along there. A few chunks along here. Go down here again. Take some more of this out. We've uncovered what must be yet another treasure of the gods, which is a large bright metal right gauntlet. Good stuff. Unfortunately, it's large. I do agree with the gear. It would be really nice if I could, you know, find some more stuff that dwarves could use. It's right and left gauntlets. Great for an adventurer, though. You've been to big boy detention? I would say that's even more so. Or just waking up on Monday. That's my personal hell, honestly. Or realizing that you forgot about an important anniversary or birth date. That's also like waking up in hell. Quite literally exactly the same thing. You know? Like identical experiences even. Let's just dig through some of these once we get down into here. Dig through that. Let me know if I'm playing too fast, by the way, chat. I do try to keep things at a speed where they're easy to follow, but sometimes I look back at my VODs and go, I could have done that slower. $63 marble boulders. I would try digging more around on that layer and like similar areas around it. I don't know what the geology of the map that you're on is like, but I find often marble tends to be close to more marble. Nil the Brewers tantruming once again. They must still be in prison. I need to sneeze. Right as the ad break starts again. I'm clearly allergic to ad breaks. Ah! My body's rejecting them. It's 2 ad breaks in a row. It's just like surprise out of fucking nowhere sneeze. No, I'm definitely just sneezing. I did a bunch of dusting yesterday, Ghosty, and I've been like sneezing periodically since I did that yesterday. You know, vacuumed and like dusted every single surface in this room and like rebuilt my computer. So I think there's just a bunch of ambient dust. I highly doubt I'm getting sick. I've got like no symptoms. I just feel a little sneezy, you know? I've always had a wee bit of a delicate nose. And just as a reminder to everybody, while I'm paused here, on Friday this week at 10 a.m. Pacific, Tarn will be joining me on stream. And we will be talking about all things Dwarf for about an hour and a half. And then, as per usual, the VOD will go up on YouTube the following day. So, you know, if you like that kind of content that I make, we're going to be doing some of that on Friday. Just keep an eye out. And if you'd like to ask him a question or submit a question to potentially be asked, I can't guarantee, you can find the Google form link by typing in !interview here on Twitch, or by checking the description on the YouTube stream. I just realized I got a dwarf stuck. I feel dumb. Two dwarves, even. And now that we've gone down to here, I can dig a U up. It's basalt blocks, sure, that'll work. Let's dig this out a little bit. Let's see what all we can find. Give me some more marble. Ba-da. Oh gosh, that's too much lava. You good there, Etur? Ha! Huh. This dwarf is fireproof. Literally, like, got stuck in lava for a second and just ran really quickly. Holy shit, man. Golly gee. Good golly cheese whiz, Miss Molly. Talk about being quick on your feet, hey? He has Ultra Instinct? Talk about hot feet. Yep. Someone wants to clip that, that'd be great. The more things you guys clip, the more shorts I can make, which is terrible for people who don't like shorts, but is good for me, I guess? I think. I will actually say that Twitch's clipping tool is pretty great these days, at least in my humble opinion. Whew. Some lava came out of that. There's more lava right... Wow, there's so much lava down here. You love it to see it, I guess. I guess I could probably just quickly sort of prompt. Basalt's pretty far away. Obsidian's just, yeah, let's do you, and you. We'll do that. Do a bit of digging elsewhere. Like up here. The gods put them there? I don't actually think there is much. I'm pretty sure it's quite literally just like the gods put them there. As far as the adamantine veins. Dwarf Fortress doesn't really have much lore. I mean, the closest thing that Dwarf Fort has to lore is stories that players have told, right? And the writings that Zach has done, which is just on Bay 12 under stories. Which is like, there's like Zach's self-insert fanfiction, I guess, maybe? Although... it is official, so I guess technically it's lore. And it can be very annoying, but it makes you happy. Well, isn't that like why people own cats, is because they're annoying, but they make you happy? Like you're annoyed by their dummishness? You're amused by their constant annoyance and bother. To me, like, that is the whole purpose to have a cat. It's like, amused by their constant mild annoyance. It's like, it's a constant mild annoyance, but it's your constant mild annoyance, and no one can take that away from you, and that's why you own a cat. Your current cat is a jerk? It's like having teenagers. It's like your constant, self-centered, childish annoyance that you have to feed and pay for and take care of. But you love them, so you deal with it. Your whole family's allergic to cats? It's not the cat's fault. I just, like, can't drive, so I don't feel like I'd be able to get a pet to a vet in a reasonable amount of time. So, combine that with, like, a few other smaller, more life-related things, like, it just kind of doesn't make sense for me to ever have a pet. I do like cats, but within reason. Sounds good. I'll take one. If you're sharing, Darren. It's getting close to dinner time for me over here. I think I'm gonna most likely do an omelet for dinner because chat mentioned omelets earlier. I may also make oatmeal cookies, but those wouldn't be for dinner. That would be me making a bunch of dough and then freezing it. Because it's not the holidays unless I'm doing some sort of baking, and I have literally no reason to do any baking because just my parents are coming over, so, like, we kind of aren't going to eat it all by ourselves. Like, it's just going to be the three of us. So, and for actual Christmas dinner this year, I'm literally just getting catering because I don't really have a big enough kitchen, and I don't quite trust my stove enough to do, like, Christmas dinner. So instead, I'm just getting catering for the family. It's cheaper in bulk too. I mean, dried are the only way I make beans. Although, I do always keep canned chickpeas around. Specifically, I buy them when they're like $1 or less per can in bulk. And it's one of the things that I order when I order groceries online. I get them for delivery. And I always just have those around because it's like an easy, quick source of protein. That and I like canned chickpea water. It has a specific name that I always forget, but... But, like, for lentils or chickpeas, I just dry them. Get them dried. Oatmeal cookies are the best cooked cookies. Yeah, I'm making three desserts for Christmas, I guess, technically. I'm making oatmeal cookies. I'm starting to think I may have set my population limit to 190. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay, let's actually do 250. I'm making oatmeal cookies, I'm making butterscotch fudge, and I'm making dark chocolate fudge. That's my thing that I'm going to make. And I'm going to have way too much of all of them, so I'll probably end up freezing them or, like, tipping the bartender with fudge. I don't think they'll mind. I think that's a reasonable thing to do, you know? And a local trend without attracting the monarch. Well, sometimes you just end up with the monarch for absolutely no, like, reason. But if you don't request a baron, you won't ever get the monarch. If you request a baron, it is literally inevitability they will show up unless they're in prison, which is the only time I've seen them not show up. So if you're saying, how do you maintain a population 200 without having a baron or without having the monarch show up? Don't have a baron. How do you maintain a population of 200 and a baron without having the monarch show up? You don't. You can't. Like, that's like the way the game works. Once you have a baron, eventually the king will decide to move in, or the queen will decide to move in. Do I have a recipe? Condensed milk, vanilla extract, tablespoon-ish of butter. Apologies, I only know this in cups. So 2 cups of baker's chocolate. Or if you want a little bit less dense, then 50-50 baker's chocolate and semi-sweet chocolate chips. Melt in pot. Put in, like, wrap or like put into like a tray that you can lift out of easily. So like to put like wax paper in the bottom of it, into the bottom of a tin, stick it in the fridge overnight, chop, enjoy. And if you got the portions wrong, then you will get chocolate syrup, which is excellent on ice cream. And use the high-fat stuff, don't use the low-fat stuff, otherwise you'll just get chocolate syrup. Are we making fudge with chickpeas? Yes. You definitely spaced. I was talking about, we were talking about chickpeas briefly, and then I mentioned desserts, because I said I might also make cookies, but those wouldn't be for dinner. So, yes. Definitely making fudge with chickpeas. If one of your dwarves became the Baron through inheritance, and then the king through inheritance, and then they got killed by a Hydra, will I get a new queen? Have you been offered a barony yet? Because if you haven't been offered a barony yet, maybe? I don't know. I've never actually had that happen. Like, that is quite a series of an unfortunate well fucks. A series of unfortunate well fucks. You literally just went and Googled chickpea fudge? I mean, that checks out. What's the... Oh man, I need to try this now. Hold up. Chickpeas, dark melted chocolate, maple syrup, vanilla extract, salt, food processor, blender. Blend until smooth, scraping down the sides of food. Yeah, but, Oh yeah, no, I mean, like, this is basically, like, the same recipe, except you blend chickpeas into them. Okay, I need to try that, actually. Like a low-fat fudge. I'll bet you that'd be good, actually. You should see fudge recipes in this week's blog post. You know, I talked about doing that last year, and I didn't. The Forgotten Beast, Minari, has come, a towering humanoid composed of ash. It has a fat, bulging trunk, and it undulates rhythmically. Varit B. That's still too far away from me. It's killed a Ruthrer. I still haven't seen adamantine yet, which is like maybe the most shocking thing. Yeah, I don't know. I might actually look into that because I need to figure out alternatives. Alternative ways to make fudge where I can eat more than like the end of my thumb worth without feeling like I'm going to die. So like dark chocolate and chickpeas actually maybe not bad. If anybody's wondering what I'm talking about, it's the link that Darius put into the Twitch chat. By the way, I just don't want to show some random cooking blog on my chat. But if you want to click it, you can see it. Also, as far as chickpea water being used as an egg substitute, yep, I've done that. I actually quite like chickpea water in soups, which is one of the reasons why I buy canned chickpeas. It's like just chuck some protein into your soup or stew. As much as your cat likes to scratch you, he barely minds having her claws trimmed. Well, that's good. It's good that your cat doesn't mind having their claws trimmed, because like I've definitely met cats before that hate having their claws trimmed, and it sucks. That is all. Okay, so that's obsidian. Uncovered another treasure of the gods. I will pause game. That's obsidian. That's obsidian, so I can go through there and there. Bruh, this is a bright metal training axe. So, if it's a training axe, is it just like automatically non-lethal? Because, like, I wonder. That's fucking funny, man. It's like a balsa wood training axe. It's so fucking funny looking. How can it be training if it's metal? Because it is, don't question it. It can train if it wants to. It can leave its friends behind. Because if your friends don't axe, then I don't know where I'm going with this. Then he ain't no friend of mine. Soft metal like Nightwish. That's pretty funny, actually. Okay, let's go here and do that. I listened to so much Nightwish when I was a kid. I was like Nightwish and Within Temptation. Listened to that a ton. Speaking of bands I listened to quite a bit as a kid. Anybody else was anybody else mildly impressed by what's it called? I've uncovered what must be yet another treasure of the gods. Was anybody else like mildly impressed by the Evanescence performance at the Game Awards, or was that just me? Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered another treasure. This is a carved blue metal nail? Like, as in a nail? Like a nail. A curved clear blue. What is it? Clear or blue? Metal nail. I'm kind of happy that Evanescence is still out there doing this stuff, and they're still, like, interacting in video games. I remember the first crossover between Evanescence and video games I witnessed was when they were at E3 playing Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, of all fucking things. I don't know why I remember watching that, but I do. I'll give that to the Captain of the Guard. I think that's what I gave to the Captain of the Guard. Nope. What was the name of it? T-I-R. There you are. Go poke somebody in the head with that. Now that we've done that, we should be able to go here and there. Let's get you done first. That. And now we can dig all of this out. And hopefully not catch fire. I remember there was one time I was doing something basically like this, and a tree like this started burning, and then it caved in, like it collapsed, and it fell through and punched a hole in the ceiling of the tunnel that I dug to get into the area. It was maybe one of the more oh shit moments I've had while playing this game. I gave the mace to them? Well, I know that they have the mace. They'd had the mace for a while. It was that I gave them by accident. I'm not sure what that is. Although, admittedly, I have a few items right now where I'm not quite sure what it is. All right, well, this is pretty far down. We'll see what we end up with next. Let's see. Get out of here, Dwarfy. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. We found another one. What is this one? This one is a skink fiend. God damn it. I just want another angel. A very large feathered skink twisted into humanoid form. It is slavering, and its silver feathers are patchy. Beware its web. Well, that's kind of terrifying. The webs part. Up here, it appears that Cole, who's 22, who has a very large family and a cousin in the fort. That's it. Is already engulfed in webs. I say salute to Cole. I do have 2 bolt throwers ready and waiting. Demon spawn, how dare you appear in my chat right as the demon appears? It's almost like there's cahoots going on here. I'm concerned. Demon spawn, first time typing in chat, suddenly just like, whoop. I just think that's really funny. Username checks out. Not your fault it was spawned. Hey man. The Elder Gods summoned you, okay? Wait, what? Where'd it go? It just like noped the fuck out. Is it already dead? No, it's not. Okay. Literally just went back. I was like, nope, fuck this. They're literally entering Twitch chat. I mean, it's like, do you guys remember when Doki Doki Literature Club blew up years ago? Some of you might. There was a person that was going around with the name Only Monica in random Twitch chats and would just like show up and like threaten people and stuff. It was a good time. It was all fun and games. All right. Just, okay, well. Okay, the question is, where am I carving upward staircases? Let's turn that off. This thing is seriously injured. It can't grasp and can't stand. You guys go stand right here. Well, they didn't see it. I hope you run. Nope. Okay. Okay, well, Fireproof's going to go yell at somebody in charge, which is honestly fair. Mr. Demon Beastie McGee is over here. Uh-oh. Well, kiddo, I got bad news for you. And, I should have forbidden those. Well, she hesitated. Let's hope that my Mark Swerves have good aim. And the kids all charge. Well, that's unfortunate. There's Ingiz. There's Onion, who's dead. Well, I can't knock their bravery. The thing keeping them alive is literally the webs right now. Oh my gosh. This thing is terrifying. I mean, it is very large. Oh my god. I mean, they're still shooting it with bolts. It's still taking hits. Hold on. I need to forbid everything down here. It's killed Radatus. It's killed Oscar. It's killed Ghosty. It's about to kill Puddle. My god, that's a brutal one, let me tell you. Okay, I'm gonna tell all these dwarves to go fight it, and I'm going to tell everybody upstairs to go into that burrow right the hell now. Especially because all these dwarves are going for equipment. They're basically going for everything that all the dwarves just dropped, so I'm just gonna do this. Just hold down, forbid everything. Where is it? Snooze some ads. Don't need to sneeze again. There's another one. Puddle, tackler. And it's dead. The soldiers finally got to him. After he killed Leopold, my Spearmaster, Ankh the Spearmaster, Ragnar, Ember. Jesus. It's like 50. Tombstones? Nah. Just some coffins. More than some, but... you would need a lot of adamantine to do that, because adamantine takes us exponentially more cloth to make into a piece of clothing or armor. Okay, how many tombs do I have already made? 21. That's a start. Just make 50. And we'll make them out of granite. Radbug was one of the last dwarves to die. Throw Nordstrom into the military now. Work on the rest of the edges of this. Yep, they've just found Radbug dead. New recruit if possible. I don't have any specifically new recruits. Well, ones that are currently classified as new recruit, but I could give you this one. Married to Rin. Also, a couple weeks ago, you were redeemed a dwarf sentient. And I did not see until way later. So I ended up giving you a dwarf and felt real bad, so I refunded it because you weren't here when I named him. Accepts favors without developing a sense of obligations, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He is inattentive to detail in his own work and is bashful. He is not a private person and freely shares details of his life. And he struggles against this tendency as he finds such open expression as an offensive... I lost my eyes. I can't see. As an offensive He finds open expressions like that offensive. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he doesn't handle stress well. He doesn't have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He's conflicted by this. He values artwork in his creation. He is quick to anger, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he has an active imagination. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally views decorum as a high ideal, and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, and does not respect the law, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. He likes native platinum and bismuth bronze, as well as pineapple opal and chestnut wood. The color sky blue, squares, bolts, and backpacks and crowns, and the sound of the heliotrope embrace, and the sight of the silkiness of mirth. The first dwarf, Cole, who died in that whole thing, was just noted missing, so it's been a week. And prefers to consume persimmon wine and pearl millet flour, and absolutely hates oysters. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally views decorum as a high ideal, and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Does not respect the law, and believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Holy shit. That was quite the fight, man. Like, my god. You're married to Rin, and you've got a good number of friends in the fort, although a number of them have died. And that might be the single most deaths we've had in one event in this fort. Period. Cole the miner's been found dead. Found him finally. Well, I guess that means I need more bolt throwers. Well, didn't lose any of the nobles, so there's that. That was like 20, we had 190 dwarves. We're now at 148. It might have been 189, which is a little more than 20. But yeah, Christopher is actually pretty on the mark with it, I think. Yeah, no, that was just brutal. There's kind of no two ways about that. We're in an ad break. I'm gonna wait as they start to put these coffins away. Although, actually... I mean, that one was very large, and also, on top of it being very large, it was also a web spitter, which is like, basically that's a Forgotten Beast that's bigger than a Forgotten Beast that's also a web spitter, is what that was. I'm gonna see if I can butcher it. But because it's very large, that's probably bigger than most web spitters would be. Yeah, 190? Okay. Yeah, so it was like 42 deaths. Fire isn't bad at all if you have ranged. What makes them bad is the size and the material. The bigger they are, the worse they are. The denser the material, or whether or not they bleed, the harder they are going to be to kill. So, like, if something is made of, I don't know, pure platinum, that's going to be a threat. But if it's made out of pure platinum and it has fire, it's going to be worse. But if something is made out of, like, you know, water and it has webs, it doesn't matter how big it is, it's just going to explode. So it's like, fire can be really bad. I don't think fire's that bad. I think fire gets held on a bit too much of a pedestal for how big of a threat it can be. I think, like, fire's a noob trap. It's like, if you're not very experienced with the game, fire is a massive threat. If you are very experienced, it can be. It's kind of a situational massive threat. but mostly situational. So this is the creature's corpse. We're gonna butcher it. How much meat do you think it's gonna give me, chat? We have 53 at the moment. I'll say this. If there's water on the ground and you fight a fire-breathing beast, not even a threat. Like, all you need is, like, 2 deep water. You just need there to be steam everywhere, and, like, it's, you know, I'm not much of an anime watcher, but I have seen a chunk of Full Metal Alchemist. It's like Roy. He's useless in the rain. Anyway, we just got a pile of Forgotten Beast crud, so that's cool. Or, I mean, demon crud, including eyeballs. Skink fiends. Not actually as much as I was hoping. $42 deaths. 42? Around 42, yeah. It was pretty close to that, actually. Okay, so that's 21 tombs done. Oh my god. That's how many dwarves are currently taking bodies to the tombs. Holy crap. Moods are still, like, surprisingly okay, though. There's Oscar. Moses. Cole. This was the dwarf that started that whole fight. Judge meets with the outpost liaison Shorthast, and they say, "Emulates from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation." Fucking finally. Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? Of course, there are responsibilities, and the nobility must live well. Please tell me they didn't die. Yes! Okay. Alpha's gonna be my recommendation. And now I get to request whatever. They want goblets and figurines next year. Trade wagons. Yerp. Which means I need to widen the entrance, actually. Top. It's those 2 words. Trade wagons. I mean, I've had some gem Forgotten Beasts that are pretty bad. I'll tell you this. I would rather have a Forgotten Beast or Demon that breathes fire 10 times out of 10 than a Forgotten Beast that has webs. Or a Demon that has webs. Webs is, like, exponentially more terrifying to me than fire. In all cases. Just flat. No exceptions. I would rather deal with fire than webs. Also, pro tip about fire. Dwarves that have, like, what's it called? Water skins on their body. The alcohol can be used to put out the fire. I know that makes kind of no sense, but they do, and it works. Fucking clear diamond bracelet, damn right. You need to do your typical wagon-proofing floors for at least 5 wide. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of doing that up here right now. I mean, I'm actually just making sure that the dwarves cover this in vomit, but, you know. That's the entryway for the wagons. Although, maybe this needs to be changed. There. I am truly astonished by how many dwarves are happy in this fort after that. Like, it's not that I don't get it, but, like, holy shit. Kind of doesn't feel like we should have that many happy dwarves, but yet here we are. I mean, that's where it ended. It was right there. The mayor's been reelected. And there we go. We've been made a barony. Alf is now a baron. So Alf's goal was to attain a rank in society, and has done it. Entering nobility, satisfied. Is that all you have to say for yourself? Personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Respects power and doesn't care about art one way or another. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Dreams of attaining a rank in society, and that dream was realized. And Flicker Free has given birth to a baby girl. We're also making a masterpiece Forgotten Beast bone amulets and bolts. Sorry, Fiend. Not. I keep saying Forgotten Beast. I mean Demon. Some other Forgotten Beast showed up and I don't really care. Moods should have been abysmal by now. Well, they were able to get the bodies out of there pretty quick. And at this point, it's just a matter of, you know, getting a bunch of tombs made. Actually, just gonna pause all of the rock constructions and just say, yeah, go make me some coffins, please. They're only gonna be abysmal if they have to like stare at them the whole time, right? Was banned Fadir, which is with some Forgotten Beast. That Forgotten Beast was a banned Fadir with some Forgotten Beast. Sure, I don't know what that means, but I'll go with it. But can you imagine the trade wagons, chat? I don't need to imagine them. I'm sure we'll see them next year. There's still Feather Tree egg yolk there. Interesting. It's also great timing. I mean, we have so much clothing to sell right now because of all of the dwarves that just died. It's great, even. And some migrants arrived. More fresh additions to the fortress. 3 even. You're dutiful and frenetic. How about you? Hateful? I like that I lost almost the entirety of one squad. I mean, hey, when you enter the fort right now, you are guaranteed a really nice set of clothing And when you get thrown into the military, I mean, the worst case is you just have to use loyalty unfavorably. Well, if you get thrown in the military, I mean, worst case, you just get, like, a nice suit of armor to wear for a while. You've seen a hammer before. Kind of a lot of gem cutters coming in. 6 harmony. Quick to despair. Values power is Weaver. Gonna get you to Weaver together some new weapons. Hates law, hates peace. Quick to give up. Sees war as a useful means of an end, dreams of mastering a skill. He drops any activity at the slightest hint or even suggestion of effort being made or effort being required. Clino, please don't take this too personally. That's a Redditor. Like, he doesn't try to get things done perfectly, is a friendly individual, okay, never mind, not true. Isn't particularly ambitious, has a calm demeanor, and prefers to present himself modestly. He thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, never mind, back to being a Redditor, and is quick to form negative views about things, yep, definitely. And generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and is curious and eager to learn, and is slow to trust others. He's like a tanky Redditor on the politics subreddit. He occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, yep. That or a crypto pro. Anyway, get in the military, you slob. Okay. Freeways. If I can go trade, please. Just need to clean the webs? For what? Radbug? Current fort for your outpost liaison was a military of your previous fort and would enter the map and then leave and continue the raid before I retired the old fort? Okay. Can't get trade wagons because he won't meet with your mayor. Deconstruct and reconstruct your trade depot. If you run DF hack, you could try the fix command, or just kill him. Because that probably won't piss off your faction enough to, like, end the world. But, like, if you can kill that guy, that'll fix the problem. Sometimes I have to get rid of, like, outpost liaisons and stuff like that, and I usually just use the headcanon excuse of, he was a traitor, betrayed us, looked at me funny. It's like, how did he betray us? Don't worry about it. But he definitely betrayed us. Oh, the armor that they're going to get, yeah, it just needs to get rid of the web. Yeah, just get the cobwebs off of it and the blood stains mostly. That's mostly the blood stains. What's so special about art? Says this dwarf. I don't know if I like you very much, dwarf. You know, actually, boop, boop, done. Dwarves, that's enough trading. Large, brilliant cut ruby. Shiny. All right, well, back to the old coffin board. I mean, the removal of the poor dwarves who didn't need to die. Just gonna keep making coffins until I run out of coffins to make. There's Ghosty, Ankh, Meng. Working on that too. It's a lot of work. Gigmoth, hello! We just lost like 40-something dwarves. Thankfully, we got a microwave, but it's pretty brutal, let me tell you. Got a pretty mean fiend in the fort who caused us some grief. There we go, smelting some more galena. Well, I have a lot of puking dwarves up here. Is how that's going. One thing at a time, though. Because I also need some space for my next noble. Just gonna go right there. At least you have a tomb. I mean, yeah, you'll get a nice cozy tomb. You had a pretty good life, though. Like, most of these dwarves actually kind of like it here. Like, sometimes, like, I genuinely feel bad for the dwarves who end up dying in my forts, where it's like, oh man, like, your life sucked and now you're dead. It's like that, everything about this sucks. But the nice thing about this fort is, like, the dwarves have been generally pretty happy. It's not like they've been super upset the whole time. So, you can kind of feel a little better about it. Suddenly all you hear is Space Corp. Don't know what that is. Jedi? I mean, I've played Portal 2, but not in like 15 years. Oh, when you say Space Core, you mean like the space, I'm in space, that core? I guess I've never like referred to it as Space Core myself. I don't generally talk to people about Portal. Okay, no, I know what you mean. For some, like, my brain like automatically deferred to like post-hardcore like music genres. Like, the fuck's Space Core? Like, that's some like Ground Control to Major Tom remixes or some shit. That's where my brain went, but Wheatley wasn't the one screaming I'm in space. But Wheatley was a core, yeah. Yeah, I literally have Portal tattoos, so that's the true shame. It's been too long since I've played Portal. Wasn't the idiot, well, he was idiot core. I liked the one that just was like acting like a dog. It's possibly my favorite. Although you see that in Portal 1. He's just like making all the crazy sounds. And kill him really quickly. Dies almost immediately. Still making silver bolts. And ballista arrows. And charcoal. It's truly a process. Let's see how many more we have. 3. Tackler. Jurist. So many dwarves. Rick? I don't know which one was Rick. I haven't played Portal in... I think the 10-year anniversary of Portal 2 was the last time I played Portal. I can actually tell you. Just look at Steam. When did I last play Portal? Portal 2, rather. For a minute there, I used to stream Portal every Christmas and made it a little bit of a Christmas tradition, but kind of fell off of it after a while. When did I last stream Portal 2? I know I did it in one setting? Sitting? Why did the game just crash? April 18th, 2021. What the hell? Dwarf? I'm pretty sure that was after the monster left. Or after the monster killed everyone. Nope. No, it didn't. It was all a nightmare. Well, shit. You're alive, yes. It literally was Wheatley's fault. What does longer history do? It depends on what kind of threats you want to fight. Do you want to fight more, like, cosmic horror existential threats? Or do you want to fight more, how do I put this? Do you want to fight more cosmic horror existential threats or, more, what's the word I'm looking for here? Cosmic horror existential threats, such as, like, necromancers and zombies and, like, weird Frankenstein's experiments? Or do you want harsh fungus? What a good name. Or do you want to fight more lesser threat, more normal threats, more like Clash of the Titans, Forgotten Beasts, giants, dragons, that kind of thing? The old worlds become very Lovecraftian at a point. Well, that one didn't get hooked up in time. Except the two that fell asleep. Killed 2 dwarves. It's fireproof that he killed. See if we'll have more luck this time. Leopold charges in first. Wow. Iffy spiffy. Did you hit it? Well, it's dead. We still lost Rolf, Ankh, and Leopold. And the Skink Fiend got hit by a silver bolt, which struck it in the head. Fracturing the skull. I'm looking for a dwarf with a crossbow. You killed a troll. Well, the frigid morass. Harsh fungus. Mud got it. Well done, Mud. Well done. It's impressive. That's impressive. Like, truly. Well, I guess the dwarves get another chance at life. Still lost the leader of this squad. Still lost the leader of this squad. Radbug says save the game. You know, that's like the 5th or so crash that I've had on this world. I think you counted about 5 dings. We lost, I mean, we went from 189 to 182. I did not reload. The game crashed. I tabbed out to go look at when I last played Portal and the game crashed. So I did not, well, I had to reload, I guess, because the game crashed, but I didn't save scum, is what, I guess what I'm trying to say. Any commonality of the crashes? Nope. Aside from that, they've all just been this fort. I mean, it's on an ocean. I don't know if that's, like, a commonality, but... You think the DF would love to keep the result of that fun brings? I mean, we still got a fun result. I'm about to get hit by ads. It was just like slightly less permanently detrimental, I guess. Still lost quite a few dwarves. The game just decided to be kind. In a highly competitive single-player game with unequal starts and like unequal balancing, yes. Yeah, there we go. There's the other ones, the other ticks, because they had to find them dead, right? Well then, still sucks for the dwarves that we lost, but the good news is, getting to hell will be quicker. Ironically, moods are worse than they were. What? I've unleashed an echo of Forgotten Divine Retribution. We found another one? Oh no, it's all gonna change. The Misery Warrior Axeman. All right, I'm listening. Chat room, I need a Vile Force of Darkness for good luck. A humanoid in humanoid form, composed of red sand. It has a distinctly depressing moan. Ah, so my ex. And it was created by the Peregrine Falcon Baki the Irons of Guilt. It's a part with mountains, volcanoes, and misery. Lovely. It's got a ruddy metal halberd. Frilly, shining cloth. Large. Well, I'm in an ad break for the Mo, so I'm just gonna go over to places, siege engines, and just say fucking fire. And then I'm gonna turn this burrow on. And now we wait. Just heat in the cell as a glass sculpture, throw into lava and just wait. Oh man, wouldn't that be cool? Talented knife user. Just out of fear of crashing. Gonna save while the ads finish up. They just need to be in a stockpile. I presume, yeah, to keep vermin off, but like, I don't think I've ever actually encountered an issue with vermin. The only issue I have with vermin is cats make vermin appear. What don't know, don't hoit me. It immediately kills Lytast. So now we have these two dwarves here. Spotted Tango, thank you very much for the 6 months in advance and a total of 3. You're very kind. Appreciate you. Got your 85 Hz CRT working with your desktop. So happy. Oh, hell yeah. Yo, if you want a game that looks incredible on a CRT, go look up the game Utopia Must Fall. Let's see how this goes against Red Sand. Oh, that or... These dwarves just have a me moment and they don't actually see what they should have seen. Guys, the fuck? You know this thing is a threat, right? The hell? Well, Kosoth just like danced around it for a bit and killed it, looks like. In fact, he shoots it in the lower body and the severed part sails off in an arc. Well job, good done. Here I was being all cautious and stuff. It's a threat for someone else, clearly. And let's get this beast butchered again. There we go. Got another one of those critters butchered. And just like that, let's see what's one layer beneath. I mean, what else could we possibly run into? I mean, we've clearly seen that the best and the worst that hell has to offer. Offer? So let's see what blue pick. We did kill a gray blue brute. Killed him dead. Merry Christmas. Hey chat, can I get a round of beers for the like 6 months in advance as well as the 3 months total from Spotted Tango in chat? You're planning on playing some CUD too? Hell yeah. Good game. Also a free one, Brogue, if you want a good like roguelike. Actually, I'll bet you Cogmind would look dope on a CRT. We've uncovered yet another treasure of the gods. This is a tall, twisting metal shield. Oh, that might be equipable even. Check the stone for heat. What devilry is this? And there she is. Boys and dwarfs. We've uncovered another treasure of the gods. Twisting metal shield, which we already found. And a clear blue metal sword. Okay, that is going to get equipped by one of these dwarves. Because that's really fucking cool. I can't deny it. It's super fucking cool. Veteran, thanks for the $10. Chat, can I get a couple more beers for the $10? Thanks for the tenner, friend. Actually, don't want them training up here. training down here. I'm also a little worried. I'm just gonna like randomly jump scare myself with the Magma Sea. More than a little worried. Very worried about that, actually. And the merchants have arrived to trade. Why do the relic weapons have no sprite? Because the sprites haven't been added to the game yet. They may have been made, but they need to be added to the game. That's the actual bottleneck. Is there's a few of them that, as far as we understand it, have been made. We've uncovered another treasure. Like, this is a branching, crushing metal whip. Holy shit. Crashing metal whip that's branching. Because it's branching, and it has that extra little bit of text on there, it doesn't have a sprite because the game doesn't have a description or a visual descriptor for branching. I just wish they had, like, generic sprites. Something. There is a mod, I think, that removes all of the ones that don't currently have sprites in the game, which is actually, I think, a pretty good middle ground. Let's just dig you up one. For this poor lost armorer. Uh-oh. Well, rip. Because they just unlocked yet another forgotten divine retribution. This one is a large skink in humanoid form, composed of flame. Its movement is the sound of wind and rain. It was created by the human goddess Fansast Thunder Wars the Willful. And is part with thunder, storms, war, and chaos. I'm gonna go to places, siege engines, and enable them all. And scream into the high heavens. Hold up. Please tell me. Okay, never mind. It's just like, fuck this shit, I'm out. Okay, what's it got? It's got a twisting metal crossbow, a never still cloth quiver. Okay. And a large, never still asymmetrical cloth shirt. Does it have bolts? I don't think it has bolts. This creature's god fucked it over royally. A cruel creator and master, truly. One which knows no bounds. Like, while it may be made of fire, it has no ammunition. It was sent into this world unable to fight off its foes. Because it has no ammo, and a crossbow that's made out of material with the same properties as adamantine, which means it also weighs nothing. Let's just send them right here. So relatable. Sent to war with no weapons. See, it's just like cleaning up all of the mud and stuff on the ground, but the funny thing here is I'm not entirely positive they'll be able to fight it. See how they just kind of stand there? It's because they literally can't see it. Anyway. It lost its hand. One of my dwarves chopped its hand off. Spearmaster stabbed it. Okay, bolts are flying now. They can see it. Its other hand is there. Oh. So that dwarf burned to death anyways because they found some lava? Well, that's awkward. Did it die? It's dead. As for where? Me no no. There it is. Huh. Why can't they see it? So things made of fire sometimes produce smoke. And if they're producing smoke, then dwarves can't see them. So sometimes it takes a hot second for the dwarves to actually register that they can fight, that they're supposed to fight it. And this crossbow, I'm gonna melt. But that's all that I can melt in there. Apparently I've got native gold ore. Don't know where, but apparently I do. Let's see if we get a bar out of this. You have an invisible phantom haunting your fort? I think those are called ghosts. God, that's funny. I'm so amused by the fact that that thing had no ammo. That is so goddamn funny, man. All right, well. It's time for me to appoint Alpha's noble. And request more logs. Now this, I want to know. Am I going to get items out of this? So I do have one ruddy metal and one pockmarked metal. Yes, they are the same properties as adamantine, except they are treated as artifacts, which means they get an accuracy bonus. So let's see what we get from this. Twisting metal. I don't think I got another bar. Nope. Twist too small. That's a shame. So I have to wait for the next one. Soon. I'm sure. Are we bringing back car combat games? Yeah, I'll let whatever the name of the clown know. I love it when diamonds burn. Not actually, but please have water. Nope, that was definitely fire game. You lied to me. Oh well. I think that this is a problem for future Greg. Chat, I've been live for almost 9 hours. I'm hungry. And my mayor's been reelected. So I think I'm going to go seek out some din-dins. I think this has been a pretty dope fort. I mean, that crash was unfortunate. But the bright side and the good news is we still have a fort. and all those named dwarves survived. We have a very large number of furniture items I actually need to place. Now that I look up here, I mean, I'm just seeing all of these shirts and things in these rooms. I need to actually get these bedrooms finished up and all that jazz. And it's a lot of work to do in that regard, but I'm sure we can work on that tomorrow. We found the edge of the adamantine when we actually go down to the bottom of this. It's quite literally right here. So we can start digging into that. Hopefully we can get some adamantine gear, some adamantine spear, some adamantine helm, some adamantine breastplate, all that. So that's going to be tomorrow. Chipping away at adamantine and massively inflating the size of my siege weapon defense. I think I need to put a drawbridge here so I can lock this area off. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. I do have to say, before you run off, YouTube folks, Friday at, also thanks for the 130 of you that tuned in today on the YouTube side. Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific, Tar and Adams will be hanging out on stream. We'll be chittery chatting for like an hour and a half about Dwarf Fortress related things. If you'd like to send in a question to potentially be asked during that stream, there should be a link in the description of the YouTube stream. So you can go find it there. I'll probably also have a post and maybe a short or something out in the next few days where you guys could go take a look at that. But shutting you down now, YouTube folks. Thanks for hanging out, and take care of yourselves. Alrighty, Twitch chat. You guys ready to go yell at somebody? Go give somebody a raid? First off, I have to say, huge thank you to those of you hanging out today. I literally, wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. So thank you very much for helping me do this weird job that I think you guys enjoy me doing, and that I certainly enjoy doing. We're gonna go find somebody to yell at, but in order to do that, I have to go and swap out an input, and hopefully this doesn't break. It shouldn't. Sweet, it didn't. I have to go grab